Hey everyone, welcome to this complete MERN Stack Netflix clone tutorial where we'll be building a real full stack platform from start to finish. We'll be using React, Node.js, MongoDB, and even integrating AI powered movie recommendations using Gemini AI. But here's the thing, this tutorial isn't like the usual just follow me coding videos. On this channel, I break everything down step by step, and more importantly, I show you how to think like a real developer. That means that we are not skipping the hard parts. We'll fix cause errors, handle MongoDB connection issues, debug API problems, and walk through how to solve actual issues when things don't go as planned. Because they won't, and that is how you will truly learn. To keep everything structured, this full build is split into three clear parts. We'll start by building the entire UI using React and Tailwind CSS, pulling in real movie data from the TMDB API and creating pages like the home page, movie details page, sign in and sign up page with beautiful reusable components and smooth UX. Next, we'll build the server using Express, set up authentication with JWT and bcryptjs for password hashing, create user models with Mongoose, store user data in MongoDB, and test our routes using Postman, all with clean folder structure and real-world best practices. Then we'll connect everything using Axios and manage state cleanly with Zustand. We'll also integrate a powerful AI movie recommendation system using Gemini AI, where users answer simple questions about their mood and the AI gives them the perfect movie match. Finally, we'll deploy the entire app using Render, making it live and production ready. By the end of this series, you won't just know how the MERN stack works, you will have built, debugged, and deployed a full-featured application with AI and real API integrations, and you will understand why things work, not just how. If you are serious about learning full stack development, this is the kind of project that will actually level you up. I'll also be dropping more in-depth tutorials with free resources right here on YouTube. So if you find this helpful, make sure to hit that subscribe button and support the channel. Enough with this intro, let's get our hands dirty. Okay, so now I have my empty VS Code set up. This is just an empty VS Code with a folder I created, Netflix clone. So the next thing we have to do is inside this our root folder, which is Netflix clone, we are going to create two folders, one for the front end and the other for the back end. The front end, we are going to work on the UI and everything concerning the front end using React.js, and then for the back end, we are going to be using MongoDB and Node.js. So let us create the two folder. We'll name this one backend, and then we'll create another one. We'll name it front end. So we are going to be working on the front end first before moving to the back end, because we are going to be working on this together. This is a full stack project, so that's why we are going to work on the front end first before we enter fully into the back end. So the next thing we are going to do is install we're going to install Vite. So to do that, we're going to press Ctrl J on our terminal and say npm create Vite at latest, or we have to do this in the front end folder. So let me copy this and so I can just cd to the front end, and then I paste npm create Vite at latest to make sure that this Vite is in our front end folder. So when I click on enter, I'll come back here, click on enter, and as you can see, Vite is going to be created. So we need to install create Vite 6.50, click on Y, then click on enter. The project name, we want it to be in our front end, so we're going to use a full stop. just like this. We don't want any name, we already have the front end name. Click on enter, select a framework, go down, click on React. We're going to be using React, enter, and then we're going to be using pure JavaScript. So they say the next thing we're going to do, as you can see everything I've entered here, you can see everything. That's how fast Vite is. And then we can just say npm install. Now that we have Vite set up our React code for us, the next thing we have to do is, as you can see here, is to run npm run dev. So we're going to type that in our terminal, npm run dev. Then you click on enter. This is going to set up a local environment in localhost 5173. All right, as you can see, http localhost 5173, and then you can control click, as you can see, follow link, control and click on this, and you'll be taken to the link in your Google Chrome or any browser of your choice. So as you can see, Vite plus React is set up successfully, and they have this simple count application here for us. So to edit this, we have to go to source/app.jsx. So let's find that. This is our source folder and this is the app.jsx. So we can just close our terminal. To close it is the same way you opened it, Ctrl J to use to close it. So we can just Ctrl A everything, then you remove it there, and then arrow a FCE to bring out. If you don't have this extension to bring out a boilerplate, you can just go to this extension tab here, then you search for ES6 or something, ES6 snippets. Yeah, this one, ES7 plus React/Redux/React Native snippets. This is the one that I use, so it's really nice. I recommend it. Alright, so for this one now, you can just go back to our application, then you save. Once you save and you go back here, you are going to see this app here. Alright, now the next thing is, in this application we're not going to be using CSS at all, so you can delete this app.css, and for this one we can get rid of every single thing inside here, but we're going to be needing it. Just get rid of everything first. I'm going to show you why we're going to need it and how we have your plain application. Let's go back to our app.jsx. Let's see if we can style this using Tailwind already. So let's say to style in Tailwind, you are going to use class name, and then let's make the text bigger. Let's say text-3xl. Then you Ctrl S. Let's see, nothing worked because Tailwind is not installed. It doesn't come automatically installed in Vite, unlike Next.js. So we have to install it separately from Vite. So that is why I have this tab open here, installing Tailwind with Next.js. With Vite. So you can just go here to check it out yourself. tailwindcss.com/docs/installation/using-vite. Alright, so to the next thing, we're going to copy this, npm install tailwind css tailwind css/vite. Copy this and go back, open your terminal using Ctrl J. You can close this pressing Ctrl C, Y, enter, and then you can paste the code here, npm install tailwind css at tailwind css/vite. Then you wait a while for it to be installed. Alright, now that it is installed, the next thing, we can actually just start our server back by npm run dev. Then you click, I made a mistake. Let me just clear this, cls npm run dev. Click on enter, and then you can close your terminal back. So let's go back to our Chrome, our browser. Let's check the next thing. So the next thing, we have to import, we have to go to our vite.config.ts or js, import tailwind css from. Let's just copy this and then we'll go to our vit.config.js. You come here, you paste this, and then you go back the next one, which is this plugin. You copy it, you come here under this one, you paste it. Now you can get rid of this. You come here, comma, then you paste it here, just like this. And then let's go back for the next thing. Now this is why I said you need your CSS, that index of CSS. You don't need to get rid of that one because you are going to need to add this thing at the top of the CSS file. So you go to your index.css here and you paste it here, just like this, Ctrl S. Now let's go back here, and we have this as text-3sl. So let's save this, come back to our application, and then you refresh. Let's see whether it worked. As you can see, it's got bigger. We can also test more styles. Let's try to make this green. Text dash green dash 500. As you can see, it's got green. You can see it. Alright, so the next we're going to work on is we're going to work on our navigation bar. That's what we're going to work on next. So we'll go back to our code here. In this source folder, we're going to create a new folder which we're going to call component. This folder is going to house all the components we're going to use in building this application. So in this component, we're going to create a new file. We're going to name this navbar.jsx, just like this, and then as usual, away fce, just like this. Now if we save this and go back to our application, you are not going to see anything. That is because we haven't added it into our application. It is in our application, but we haven't added it to make it show. Like, this navigation bar is not going to render unless we add it into this app.jsx, and even this app.js is not going to render unless we add it, which Vite added this for us here directly. So React works in, like, you must follow a particular pattern. In main.jsx, you add this app.jsx. In app.jsx, you must add the navbar.jsx for it to work. So we can just come here. We're going to replace this with the navbar. This is it. Make sure you import it from /component/navbar, and then you close the component, just like this. And then let's see. Now, as you can see, the navbar collected the styling which we gave it because that is a parent styling. So we can get rid of this. We don't need it. Just like this. Let me remove everything. Now to go back to our navbar, we can control click on this navbar. We're going to get back to our navbar. Now for semantic HTML stuff, we're not going to use the div, we're going to be using the nav. Yeah, just like this. And then inside we're going to have a label. Just this one is just like, we're just using this. We're going to change it to our Netflix logo, of course, but let's just name this logo. And then after this one, we're going to create an unordered list with 7 list items. So list item times 7, just like this. Then inside this list item, we're going to have the home. We're going to have the home, and then the TV shows. We're going to have movies. Let me just copy the remaining ones. Going to have anime. We're going to have games. We're going to have new and popular. And finally we're going to have upcoming. Now let's save and let's check what we've got. As you can see, we have the logo, the home, and everything. Now, under this unordered list, we're going to have a div which is going to house a search bar and two buttons. So let's create that div, and then under this div, we're going to have another div which is going to contain only the search bar. Yeah, so this is going to contain the inputs and type of text, a placeholder of search. We can just add ellipsis here, and then under this input we're going to have the search icon. So let me just write it here just for reference sake. We're going to get back, this is just like the structure, so we're going to work on it later. Then under this div for the search icon, we're going to have two buttons, so we'll have button times 2. Yeah, the first one is going to be let's say get AI movie pics, just like that. Get rid of this extra space. And the second one is going to say sign in, and let's check. All right, so this is nice. So I think this is like the base of what we're going to have as the navigation bar. We are going to add some things after, of course, but this is just what we're going to start with. This is like the base code for the search bar. So the next we're going to do now, we're going to work on the styling. So we're going to use Tailwind CSS for the styling. All right, so for the navigation bar, we're going to be dealing with a black background, so give it a class name of bg of black, then a text of gray of, let's say, 200, flex, justify between, sorry, item center. Let's just see what we have for now. Let's see. Okay, this is okay. We're getting there. So we can give this a height of, let's just give it a height of 20, and you see that everything might overflow. Okay, yeah, as you can see, it's overflowed, but we're going to fix that. But I prefer the height to be that 20, and then you give this let's say you should have a small text on mobile screen, and then for medium screen it should have a text of 15 pixels, just like this. And then give it a medium font dash medium, and a text of no wrap. Okay, let's see. All right, it's got that medium type of font. All right, so the next one is we're going to work on this list here. We're going to work on this list. So back here in our UL tag and on other list tag, we're going to give it a class name of, it should be hidden on mobile screen sizes, and then for extra large screen sizes it should be flex, and give it a space in the x direction of, give it a space in the x direction of 6. So let's see what we've got. Yeah, as you can see, this is already looking nice already. For a search bar, for a navigation bar, it's already looking nice. And then for this individual links, individual lists, or individual nav links, we're going to give this a class name of cursor of pointer, and when this is hovered, you give this a text of, for adding custom tags or custom design in Tailwind CSS, we use the square bracket. You know, right from here, I forgot to explain it at this point. Yeah, in case you want any pixel, you use the square bracket to indicate what you want. So that is what I want to do here. Instead of giving it a predefined color like this text gray 200, if I want a custom color, I'm going to put it inside a square bracket. Alright, so I'm going to name this E50914, just like this. Control S, and when I hover around this one, you can see it's got that. So I'm going to copy this and paste it in the remaining one, so that all of them is going to have that feature. So you copy this, paste it here, 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 just like this. Control S, and then when you hover around all of them, you get that. Yeah, that's nice. So the next one we're going to work on is this div with this search icon and then these buttons. So this div will have a class name of flex, class name flex item center space x of 4, and then you make this relative, just like this. Let's see, perfect, perfect, looking nice. All right, and then this div with the search bar, you are going to give this a class name as well. You make this relative as well, relative, and make it hidden for mobile screen sizes, hidden. And then for medium screen sizes, you give this inline flex. Yeah, just like this. That's nice. And then for this input here, we're going to give this a class name before the placeholder. It doesn't matter though, but I just prefer putting it before the placeholder. Give this a bg of hash 333333, and then you give it a padding in the x direction of 4, padding in the y direction of 2, a rounded or full, a minimum width of 72, and then padding in the right direction of 10, and an outline of none, just like this. Yeah, perfect. This looks nice. Now for this search icon, we're going to come back to it, but for now let us go to our two buttons first. So for this first button, give it a class name. This button should have that reddish Netflix color, so we're going to give it that color. So we're going to give it the same color with that hover text. So we can go here and copy this reddish color, you paste it here, and you close the square bracket, and then give it a padding in the x direction of 5, padding in the y direction of 2. And then since the background color is red, then the text should be white. And then give it a cursor of pointer. Yeah, just like this. Let's see what we've got. Perfect. This is nice. Then for this sign in button, this sign in button should be like a variant, it should be like an outline variant rather. So you give this a class name, and then you say border, and a border of color hash 123 just like that, and then py of 2, padding the y direction of 2, padding the x direction of 4, and then cursor pointer, just like this. And here we have this border color around it. All right, now for this search icon, where I usually get my icons, which is lightweight, is lucid .dev/icons. So to install this, we are going to be okay. Let me just search for the icon first. Search. So this is the icon I want, so I can click on it, and then I'm going to copy the JSX. and I'll come back to my code here and replace this with the search icon. Then I cannot import it because I don't have Lucid installed, so I can close my terminal and then npm install lucid-react. Now that it has been installed, I can start up my server again, npm run dev, and I can close it back. Now if I come here and control click on this, I should see search from lucid-react, and then import it, save, and you will see the icon. This should change. Let me refresh. As you can see, we have the icon here, but now we don't want this icon to be outside. We want it inside this search bar. So we don't want this icon to be outside, we want it inside the search bar. So how do we do that? That was why we made that div relative, so that we can add the absolute value, the absolute attribute to the class name. So we can go inside the search bar now. We are going to give it a class name of absolute, and then give it a top value of 2 and a right value of 4, and also we're going to give it a width of 5 and a height of 5, just like this. Ctrl S, and let's come back. Let's see what we've got. Yeah, inside the nav bar successfully. And I think for now this is okay. The only thing missing here is this logo, and I'm going to get the assets ready so that we can also use other assets in building the application. Okay, for the assets, I'm going to make this GitHub repository public. So what I'll do is that I'm going to add the images in the assets folder. What you have to do is to go to the GitHub link, and then you check the assets folder, and from there you can download the images if you want. So let me put the it's just a few assets. We're going to working with live API, so we don't really need much assets, just logo the logo and some hero icons. We're going to be using the hero icon as the card image. So yeah, so for that, now we can go to our logo here, and then we're going to get rid of this totally. Instead of a label, we're going to be using a link, and we don't have that link yet. We don't have that link yet because we haven't set up routing, so we're going to do that in the next part. So yeah, we have the image here, and the source, we're going to change this because this, we did not put it in a public folder. If we had put this logo.png in a public folder, then we can access it like this, but we didn't put it in a public folder. So I'm showing you two ways on how you can add images in React. Let me show you what I'm talking about. If I take this logo.png and add it inside this public folder, move it there, and then I save. If I go back to my code here, it should work. Let's see. Logo.png. This should work. Okay, I think why not is working is because of this link that we haven't created yet. So let me get rid of that, and let me refresh. Yeah, as you can see, the logo will work because it is in the public folder. But if I remove it from this public folder and put it back inside this asset folder, and then I save, you will see that this image is going to go away. Let's see. As you look at, there is no image there. That's because it cannot fetch it directly from the assets folder. In order to access the image from the assets folder, we have to import it like this. Import logo from dot slash assets slash logo dot png, And then we're going to come here, instead of adding it like this, we're going to put a curly braces, and then you pass in the logo here, just like this. And then you Ctrl S, and let's immediately you got the logo. So now we're going to style this logo. Cursor the pointer here, that is okay. We're going to give this not a width of 32, we're going to give it a width of 24. We're going to remove the height, we don't want to specify any height. And then we're going to increase the brightness to of 125, should be okay. And then let's save and let's see. Yeah, so I think this is nice. So with this, we are done with this navigation bar. After this one, we're going to be working on the hero section, which is this part here. We're going to work on the hero section, and yeah, that's it for this navigation bar. For the hero section, we're going to go back to our code editor here, and we can right click on this and then close all, so that we have a clean working environment. The next thing we have to do is to create a new component inside this components folder. So I'll just come here, then I'll click on this icon to create a new file, and I can name it hero.jsx, and then arrow a FCE for my basic component. Now if I come here, I'm not going to see anything. Like I said before, we have to put it inside. This is a child component, we have to put it in a parent component for it to show. So if we go to app.jsx, it makes sense for us to put it here. Let's see. And then we can import this, control and space, then you click on it. So when I save this, I should see hero. Yeah, you can see the hero text there. Okay, but right now this hero section, this hero component is meant to be in the home page, not in the entire file root folder or something like that. So we need to put this hero section in a home page. So for that, we have to create a new folder inside this source. We're going to call the folder pages, and then inside these pages we'll create a new file. We'll name it homepage.jsx, just like this, ROFCE, then homepage. Now this homepage, we are going to take it back to this app.jsx, and instead of this hero section, we can get rid of the hero section, and then you put in the homepage. Yeah, make sure you import that as well. Then we can clear out this, we don't need this. Just like this, and then you can come back here, you are going to see homepage. Now for the hero section to show, you can click on this to go back to the home page, and then inside here you are going to add the hero section. Just like this, and then we have the hero section which resides in the home page, and the home page resides in this our root component, the app.jsx. Alright, so back to our hero section. This is where we're going to create the hero section, of course. Okay, so as usual, what we're going to do first, we're going to work on the structure before we design it with Tailwind CSS. Alright, we're going to have a general image first, the image tag. We're going to have an image tag, and this image, we're going to get it from the way we did it before. We're going to use this image. Where is it? Hero BG2. Yeah, this one, this Sinner's image. So we're going to come here and say import hero BG from hero hero BG2 dot not PNG. Do not make a mistake with this file extension, JPG, just like this. And then in here you can add the hero BG, just like this. And now let's see what we've got. As you can see, this is already looking fine already. It's looking beautiful already. Okay, so the next thing, under this img tag, we're going to have a div. Inside this div, we're going to have a button, one to bookmark, like save later, and then the other to watch now. So inside this div, we're going to have a button. We're going to have two buttons rather. The first one is going to say save for later, and then the second one is going to say watch now. Ctrl S, and then let's check. Yeah, we have this. So I think this is all for the structure of the hero section, the hero component. So we can start designing this right now. So first thing first, our background, we're not meant to have a white background. We're not going to have a white background. Instead, we should have like a grayish background. So for us to change the background of the entire file, we'll go to this our index.css, and then under this import statement, you can come here and say the body, give this a background color. This is plain CSS, a background color of #181818, just like this. Then you save it, and let's come back here. Yeah, as you can see, this is white, this is black, the text is white, is black on a dark background, which isn't nice. So we'll go to our hero section here, back to our hero section, and then we're going to make the text to be white. Class name, text, white, just like this. Then you save, and yeah, this should be white. Okay, so now we can focus on the image now. So for the image, you can just give this an alt tag of bgimg, and then we give this a class name of width of full, rounded of 2xl, a height of 480 pixels, we'll close that square bracket, and you can say object center and object cover. Ctrl S, and let's see what we've got. Okay, this is okay. And then for the other and then we're going to work on this. There's meant to be a space. This is you know that the hero section is inside the home page, so we're going to go into the home page to add a padding. We're going to add a padding of 5. So let's go back to our home page .jsx, give this a class name, a padding of 5. Ctrl S, and let's see. Yeah, as you can see, this is nice. It's nice already. Now for this button, we'll go back to our hero section in this button, and then for this div here, inside this div, we're going to make it flex, class name of flex, and then a space in the x direction of 2, and for medium screen size, it should have a space in the x direction of 4, and then we want this button to be on top of this image. We don't want it to be under, we want it inside this image, which means that we're going to implement positioning. So for that, we'll make this our container div here. We're going to make it relative, and then for this one, we're going to make it absolute. And let's see, Ctrl S, nothing happened. Okay, so, and we're going to specify the position. So we're going to say bottom of 3 and a left of 4. Let's see. Yeah, as you can see, it is on top of the image now. All right, now for medium screen sizes and above, we're going to have a bottom of 8 and a left of 10, just like that, and then you give it a font of medium. Yeah, so we're done with this div. Let's see. Yeah, this is nice. Now let's work on the individual buttons. So for this button, for this save later button, I'm going to make it, we should have an icon before the text, and we're going to get the icon from Lucid React. So bookmark, I guess that's the bookmark, yeah, from Lucid React. You save this and let's see. Yeah, we have the icon. And then for the watch later, we're going to have an icon which will be play from Lucid React as well. So Ctrl S and we should have the play button. Yeah. So for this is not looking nice. We want it to be on the same line, centered on the same line. So that is why we're going to make this flex. And then justify center and items of center. Give it a background color of white. And when hover, give it a background color of gray of 200, and then give it a text color. It should be that reddish color, that Netflix reddish color. That would be hash E5 0914, just like this, that reddish color. And then we give it a padding in the y direction of 3, padding in the x direction of 4, and then rounded full. Cursor of pointer, and a small text for mobile screen sizes, and then for medium screen sizes you should have a text of base. Then you Ctrl S and let's see what we got. Yeah, this is looking nice. This is looking nice. But as you can see, this icon and this text is as if they don't match. So we have to work on that. We have to work on the icon. So for this bookmark icon, we're going to give this bookmark icon a class name, and then to give it a space, we can give it a margin right of 2, Ctrl S, and we should have that space. Yeah. So the next thing is the size of the button. So we'll give it a width of 4, a height of 5 for mobile screen sizes. Then for medium screen sizes, a width of 5 and a height of 5. Height of 5. Ctrl S, and there you go. This is looking better. Now we'll do almost the same thing for the watch now, just that we're going to change the background color. So we're going to copy this code here, this Tailwind CSS code. We'll copy all this class name, paste it here, copy the one for the icon as well, and we're going to paste it here. So let's save and let's see what we've got. Now we've got something nice, but this is not what we want. We want the opposite of this, which means that instead of the text should be this color, the background should be the color. And then we're going to give it a text color of white, text dash white, just like that. So Ctrl S and let's see. Okay, I think that is okay. But because of this sinner's image here, the red color is not showing. So, but we'll just leave it like that. This is looking nice already. Okay, so after this hero banner here, the next we're going to work on is the card list, which we're going to show the now playing movies, the upcoming movies, and all that. So for that, we're going to create a new component here. We're going to name it card list dot JSX, and then RAFCE. After creating this basic boilerplate, the next we're going to do is to add it inside our home page. Yeah. So we'll just add the card list. Make sure you import it. Ctrl S, and let's see, we should have here the card list. Okay, so like I said earlier, we are going to be using a static data at first. Later, we're going to go to our API, and we're going to connect our API to display dynamic data. So for now, let us just create a static data. So I can say const data will be equals to, let's just give this okay, let me just take um the static data that Gemini is giving me. So this should be okay for now. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do, inside this div, we're going to have an h2, which is going to tell us the type of movies, if it is now playing or upcoming or whatever. So let's just call this one upcoming. We're going to change that, of course. So just make that upcoming, and then we can have the data. Let's say data dot map data.map item, and then we can put in a div inside. You can put in a div inside. This Gemini AI is disturbing me. Just give me a minute. Let me find how to off it so that I can teach freely without any AI dependence. And then inside this div, we're going to have an image and a text. So we're going to use the img tag, and then a p tag, which you can write a very good movie. Like I said before, this is just a static data. We're going to change this when we are fetching from the API. Alright, so for this one, we're going to be using this image. Where is it? This card image.jpg. Yeah, this one. We're going to be using that. So I can just close this, and then I can come here and say import card img from // assets / card img dot jpg, just like that. And then I can put it inside here, card img. Yeah, so if I save this, I should see something. Yeah, upcoming, and then I get bunch of images. All right, so I think it's time to start styling this container div. You can give this a class name, give it a text of white, and for medium screen sizes and above, you give it a padding the x direction of 4, just like that. And then you know what, we can wrap this inside a div so that we can make it flex us. We're going to change all this later, so we can just come here and say class name flex for now. And then for this h2 tag, you can just give this a class name, a padding top of 10, and a padding bottom of 5, with a large text-lg, and the font medium. So let's see. Yeah, upcoming, and then you have your images, but these images are not looking nice. We're going to change all of this because we want it to be sliding. We want it to be sliding, so we're going to use swiper. But for now, let's just keep moving. For this p tag, we're going to give this a class name of text of center and a padding top of 2. Let's see what we've got. Yeah, that's really nice. And then for the image, give it a class name, give it a height of 44, a full width, and object center, object cover as usual, object center, and object cover, Ctrl S, and yeah. So now the thing is, we want this image to be a sliding image. So for that, we are going to be using slider component. I'm going to be installing, not slider, swiper rather. So we can just come here and search swiper, swiper.js, and then you can click on this. Then for the resources, you go to the resources tab here and you can click on demos. We just want a simple swiping. We can just use the default, then we can change it to whatever we want. So we click on React and let's just get the code. Alright, so we need to install swiper/react. So I can just come here, I can just copy this, go back to this code here, paste it here, but we don't have this swiper/react. But basically what I just do, I just install the full package, which is swiper. So I'll just Ctrl C this, Y, then I'm just going to say npm install swiper, just like this. There's no need for this swiper/react so that we won't miss any functionality. So I'll just npm install swiper and get the full package. As it is installing, we can get other things. We can get the swiper.css style. Yeah. Okay, now that has been installed, we can just come back here, and then as you can see, we have this swiper class and this swiper slide. So we're going to use that in our code as well. So let's go back to our code. Let's go back to our code. We can get our code running, npm run dev. Then you can close the terminal. And then we're going to replace this div. We're not going to be using this div. Instead, we're going to be using swiper. Yeah. We're going to be using swiper. And then we'll give this a class name of my swiper. Now we're going to add other things to other attributes to this, because we want our own custom as well. So we want the slides per view to be automatic, slides per view to be automatic, and then we want the space between to be 10, just like this. Let's see, nothing happened because we didn't wrap this with the swiper slide. So we're going to get rid of this div as well. We're going to call the swiper slide. We're going to wrap this everything with the swiper slide, just like this. And let's see. As you can see, it is swiping in a sense, but this is not what we want. You get? So we have to make some changes to our swiper slide. So for this, we are going to give this index so that we can have a key of index. So come here, key will be index, just like that. And then we're going to give this a class name. Give it a maximum width of 72. Then you come to S and let's see. Yeah, so we don't have enough data to show the swiping stuff, but let me just increase this data. We don't really need what we just need is the number of whatever. So let me just increase this and to show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, so as you can see, this is swiping and this is what we want. Yeah, so we can copy and paste more. We just come here to this home page, I just Ctrl C, Ctrl V, Ctrl V, yeah, and save this, and there you go with different swiping stuff. It works well. All right. So the next thing we have to do is we should work on the footer first. After working on the footer, we are going to come back and get all these things from the API. All right. So let's work on the footer first before working on the API stuff, so that we'll know we're done with the home page. For the footer, we are going to go back to our VS Code, and then we can close all of this. And inside this component, we are going to create a new component which we are going to call footer.jsx, and then ROFCE, Ctrl S. Then you go to your home page, and then you put the footer inside it like this. Ctrl S. Okay, we have to import it. And yeah, you have the footer. Okay, so now let's go back to our footer. Control click on it, go back to the footer. So as usual, we're going to work on the structure first, but we can change the text color so that we can see what we're working on. Give it a text color of hash 737373. Yeah, that grayish color. Yeah. And then inside this div, we're going to have a p tag, which are going to give credit to the developer. Developed by, you can say John Doe. Put your name here. Don't use John Doe, please. Put your name. You're the developer, so you deserve the credit. Put your name. So developed by John Doe, and then we can have another p tag, which we are going to say read about Netflix, whatever. So let me just copy it and paste it here. So you have this p tag, read about Netflix, TV shows, movies, whatever. And then we're going to have another p tag, which are going to say questions, contact us. Let me copy the text as well. Yeah, just like that. And then we're going to have a div of different unordered lists. So we'll have a div with the first UL. This is going to have different lists, so let me copy that. I don't want to waste time. We have a lot to cover. So Ctrl C, let me paste it. The code is going to be I'm going to drop the link of the GitHub repository so that you can just, in case you don't want to type it, you can copy it as well. Okay, so the next UL, we're going to have a list as well. We're going to create a UL tag, and then put in the list. We're going to add another UL. Put in the list. And the final UL tag, this is just going to be the list. Yeah. So let's save and let's see what we've got in our site. So as you can see, this is not looking great at all. So we have to style this. So first thing we'll do is to go to our container div here, our top div. Then in medium screen sizes, we are going to give this a padding in the x direction of 10. Then you save this. Let's see. Yeah, we have that space by the x-axis side. And then this p tag here, you can give this a class name of, oh sorry, let me wrap this p tag in a div. Let me wrap these p tags in a div, this one with this one. Yeah, so we'll give this p tag, this div here, which contain that two p tags, give it a padding y in a direction, a padding y of 20. Let's see. Yeah, This is looking nice. Yeah. And then for this question div, we are going to give this a padding bottom of 5. Padding bottom of 5. Yeah. Now for the list, we're going to be using grid instead of flex. I just prefer grid for this kind of stuff. So class name, make it grid, and then for medium screen sizes, give it a grid column of 2, and for mobile screen sizes, grid column of 2. For medium screen sizes and above, we'll give it a grid column of 4. And then we're going to give this a small text-sm, and a padding bottom of 10 with a maximum width of 5 XL. Ctrl S and let's see. Yeah, this is nice. Then for the individual UL tags, we're going to give this a class name. We'll make it flex in the direction of column, flex column, and then a space in the y direction of 2. Let's save and let's see. Yeah, so this one I've gotten it. We can just copy this code, copy it and paste it in all UL tags. Ctrl S and yeah, there you go. This is already looking nice. It's looking really nice. Okay, so this is not the type of font that Netflix uses. I made a small research, and the font that is closer to Netflix type of font is Roboto. So we're going to go into Google font to get the Roboto text. So we'll just say Roboto font, and we can enter fonts.google.com to get the Roboto font, and you can just click on get font. So yeah, get embed code. We're going to be using the import statement, so you can just copy this import code here, Ctrl C, then you go to your code in index.css. Before this Tailwind CSS code, you can put anywhere. I just like putting it on top, and then you can paste it here. The next we're going to say for every style in our code, we're going to give it a font family of Roboto. Then if Roboto is not available, you use sans serif, just like this. Then we can save, and let's see if yeah, so this is better. Yeah, this is the font that Netflix used after making some research. So with this, we are done with the footer, and next section we are going to be working with API. Yeah, we're going to be fetching API and using it to display images. So we're going to use API to display images here and here with all the movie titles. Yeah, so that's what we're going to work on next. So for the API, we're going to be using the moviedatabase.org. So make sure you sign in or sign up. If you don't have an account, you sign up and make sure you're in this page. Now if you're taken to this your profile page, what you need to do is to go to this small link here, then you click on API documentation. Now you'll be taken to a new tab, and then you have the docs of the TMDB API. Now from here, you can, if you want to check more about the API, this is where you can check more about it. But what concerns us in this project is the API reference. So now to get this hero section, we are going to be using the upcoming field, and the upcoming field is going to give us like 10 different movies. So what we need is a random movie from the 10 different movie. So when we are coding it, you are going to understand better. So let's go to movie list. movie list, and then you can use anyone, either now plain, popular, top rated, or upcoming, but I prefer showing the upcoming movies in as the hero section. So you click on upcoming. Now this is the fetch request we need. This is the fetch request, so we can just make sure your language is on JavaScript. Make sure it's on JavaScript, and then you can click on try it. And as you can see, we have different movies here. I think it's 10, I don't know, but anyhow, we have different movies here. Okay, so the next thing, we're going to copy this code here. You can just come here, click on this, copy the code, then you go back to your code editor and back to hero section. Now you can just paste it here, just like this, and we are going to make some few edits. So to call this fetch API, we're going to be using use effect. To call the API, we're going to be using use effect. So let's do that at first. So use effect from React. Make sure you import that. Then you put the callback function. Then you put in your dependency. We want it to run once when the browser is calling. When the browser just starts, so just once. So you cut this and you paste it inside here, just like this. So now let's save and let's check our code, our console, if we've gotten the movies from the API. So there's an object here. Let's see. As you can see, let me increase this. As you can see, we have date, page 1, and result. We are concerned in the result. So I said 10 images, but as you can see, we have 20 instead. So we have 20 images, and we have the backdrop part. And if you notice that this backdrop part is the image part, we have either the backdrop part or the poster part. We are going to be using the backdrop part. So for that, we will need a state where we can store this information. We just need the image in the hero section. All right. So we'll create a new state. We'll call the state movie. So we can just come here and say const movie set movie will be equal to use state, and initially it will be set to null, just like that. Now after that, we'll go inside the API, and then where we have console.log this stuff, we're going to remove this, and then we'll put curly braces, and here we're going to use an if statement to check if there's a result first. So if res.results, and if it exists and it is not 0, so we have to say if res.results.length is greater than 0, then we are going to perform a particular function. So here, like I said before, we need only one image, and we are going to be needing a random index. So let's say we will set movie. Let's set movie to, just an example, res.results 1. So this we'll set the movie to the second data, because array starts from 0, so we can say set the result to 0. This will be the first movie. Set result to 1, the second movie. Set the result to 2, which will be the third movie. All right, so now what we don't want this to be statically typed. We don't want it to be static. We want it to be dynamic, which means that we want a random number. And to get that random number, we can do it by saying const random index will be equal to math.floor math.random, and then you can say times the res.result times the length, just like this. And then instead of using 2, you can just come here and say random index, just like this. Now we have the movie in our state. We'll go back here to where we have our hero image. We are going to remove this, and then here we are going to use a template literal, and the stuff, the API we're going to use, you can browse about it, but I already have it here, so I don't think there's any need for it anymore. You just come here and paste it here. So this is https image.tmdb.org/t/p/original and then movie.backdrop part. Not I said that there are two images there. We have the backdrop part and the poster part. So we're going to be using the backdrop part because that is best for a background image. So you Ctrl S, and now let's go back to our code. Alright, I didn't get anything. So for that, I think we have to make a statement here to check if there's an image first. So if no movie, so if we haven't gotten any movie, so for that we're going to return a loading state, return loading. I think this should solve the problem because I think we're getting an undefined, yeah. So as you can see, we have gotten a random image. So if I refresh, I'll get another random image. Refresh, I'll get another random image, just like that. Now that's for this, we are done with this hero section. So the next thing we're going to do is to fill this with the upcoming movies. We're going to change this title. If you look at this, we have different ones. We have now playing, popular, top rated, and upcoming. So that is what we're going to do here. We're going to change this to now playing, popular, updated, and whatever. Alright, so that's what we're going to be doing next. Okay, so for the card list, we're going to go back to our code, and then let's find the card list. Okay, this is it. So for this card list, we can just come here, and we are going to be accepting two things. We need the title, which is this one. Let me show you. Which is this one. We need this title, and then we need the category in order for us to fetch the particular type of movies that we want. So we need the title and the category, just like this. So for now, we can just console.log the title and the category, so to check if we're actually getting it, because we're going to try to get it from the home page. So category, yeah. All right, so let's go back to our home page and let's pass that. So for this one, we can give this a title of now playing, and then a category. For the category, if you go to our TMDB database here, you will notice that all of them, this top rated movie list here, all have a category. Like this top rated, as you can see, it is top rated. If you go to popular, it will have a popular category inside the link, so which means that we can manipulate that. So that's why I want to make it dynamic. So for that, let me set this back to the normal size, and then for this category, this now playing, we're going to use the now playing, now underscore playing, and then we're going to do it for the next. So I'll copy this one. The next one is going to be top rated, so I'll just paste it here. The next one is going to be popular, just copy it and paste it, and then the final one is going to be upcoming. Now as you can see, you can remove these curly braces. It's still the same thing though. Alright, so if you go back to card list, then we should see the card list inside our, we're not getting anything, so let me check. Okay, they say card list is not defined. Alright, so in my format code, I use cards list instead of card list. Alright, so we'll go to our home page, and then you change this to card list, and yeah, card list. So I'll save this and go back. It should work now. Yeah, if you look at, we already have the title now playing, category now playing, title now playing. Is repeating, although you can see what I'm talking about, the top rated and the category top rated. So with this we can go to our TMDB database to fetch a particular category, particular movie category. So I can just take this, copy this top rated, come here back to my card list, and then I can get rid of this data. We don't need it anymore. Then we paste it here. Now the same thing we did for the first one, we're going to be using a use effect to get this fetch API to make it be able to fetch immediately we enter our homepage. Alright, so we'll go and we'll get use effect from React, use effect, import it from React, passing the callback function, and then the dependency, and then you take the fetch request, you cut it and you paste it inside here. You can get rid of this console.log, get rid of it, we don't need anymore. And then the data, as you can see, we need a data here to map over, so we need to get a data state. So we'll just come here and say const data set data. This will be equal to use state. We'll set it to null at first as well. Make sure you import this from React, and then you come here and remove this console.log and say set data to be res.results. We want the results, not any other details. We're focused on the result. And yeah, so we'll control.s and let's see, we're getting an error message. We're getting error here. Okay, the title and category, we'll work on that after. So let's save this and let's see what we've got. We are not getting anything. Let's check why. Okay, cannot read properties of null. Alright, so which means that instead of setting it to null, we have to set it to an empty array. Alright, set this to an empty array. You save this and let's see. Yeah, so okay, we still got our normal stuff because we had coded this, remember. Yeah, so we had coded it. So if you check, we used the card image and then we had coded this text. So we're going to make this dynamic. So first off, we're not going to be using upcoming here. We're going to be using the title gotten from the home page, which is this title gotten from the home page. If you look at this, so it should show now playing, it should show all of this. So let's check. So you save this, Ctrl S, and then you go back to your browser and you will see now playing, top rated, popular, and upcoming. Yeah, so that's it. The next we're going to do is to work on the images and the title. So we'll go back to our code. So for the image, we're going to the same thing we did before. We're going to copy this now and I'm going to show you how you can do it. Ctrl C, and then you come here, you put in your template literal and you paste this here. Now this is the same thing we did. We added a width of 500 image.tmdb.org.t/p, and then this is a width of 500, and then the item.backdrop part. Like I said, we have two things. We have either the backdrop part or the poster part. So let's save this and let's check back. Yeah, so we got all these images. So if I use the poster parts, I'm going to show you how it is. So item dot poster part, Ctrl S, and let's see. As you can see, we got the poster part instead of the backdrop part. But if you noticed, the backdrop part is better than the poster. I say better. The backdrop part instead. Sorry, the backdrop part is better than the poster part. So yeah, this is better. All right. Then for the title, we're going to come here and say item dot original underscore title. Just like this, you save this and let's see, yeah, the Shawshank Redemption, the Godfather Part 2, and yeah, everything. But if you noticed, now playing, top rated, popular, and upcoming all have the same images, the same movies, which isn't right. You should have different images and different titles, different movies in general. So for that, we are going to be changing this. Instead of top rated, we are going to be working with the category gotten from the homepage. All right. To do that, we are going to change this to a template literal. Yeah, just like this. And then instead of top rated, we're going to get rid of top rated, and then we'll use the dollar sign and then put in the category. Just like this, you save, Ctrl S, and yeah, it should work now. Let's refresh. Yeah, as you can see, now playing, we've got more recent movies, Minecraft, Final Destination, Snow White, and other things. And for top rated, we've got the older versions of movies as well. For popular, we have this, and upcoming, we have Warfare, Mission Impossible, Sinners, Karate Kid Legends, and other movies as well. Yeah, so this is nice. This is really, really nice. The next two are going to work on is individual clicking of movies. So once when I click on this final destination, it should take me to the destination of the movie. Alright, so that's what we're going to work on next. In order for us to link to a different URL, we're going to be needing React router for us to go to a different route. So for that, you open your terminal, you press Ctrl J, and then you can close this by pressing Ctrl C. When you close it, press Y, CLS to clear, and then npm install React dash router, and then you wait for it to install. Okay, so now that it has been installed, we're going to start our server again, npm run dev, and then you can close it. What we are going to use to link to another URL is our link component from the React router. So you can just come here and say link, and this is not yet. So let's import it from here. Import link from React dash router. React dash router, just like this. And then you can come here and add the link component here. We're going to wrap this everything here with the link component. You come here and then you say to, where are you linking to? Now this is going to be a dynamic link, which means that each movie have their movie ID. So we have to link dynamically. So we'll just come here and say slash movie slash the movie ID, which you can get by item dot id, just like this. Then you Ctrl S, and then when you come here, let's refresh this. Okay, so now nothing showed. So let's check the let's inspect and let's check the error message that we got. So we'll go to console here, and as you can see, cannot destructure property base name React blah 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 as it is null. That is because we are using React router component, that's the link component, but our general app is not using React router, so we have to make it use React router. And to make it use it, we have to go to our general component, which is main.jsx, and then we're going to wrap the app component inside browser router from React router. So the first thing we'll do is to import browser router from React router, and then inside the strict mode component, we are going to wrap the app component with the browser router. You wrap it just like this, and then Ctrl S, then this should work. Yeah, so now each movie, as you can see, the hand have changed to a thumb to click on this. So if I click on this final destination, I'll be taken to /movie then /574475. So let me click on it again and let me refresh. Nothing happens even though we are in /movie/whatever. That is because we haven't set up a routing system in our React application. So for routing to work, we have to set up a routing system in our application. So that's what we're going to do next. So you go to your app.jsx, and then we're going to be using route. We're going to create this homepage. Now should only appear in slash. The homepage should appear in slash, then the movie /movie/the id. So let's work on that. We're going to create a component, not create rather. We're going to import the routes component from React Router, and then inside this route component, we're going to add a route component, which is a single route. This is going to be a self-closing component, and then we're going to indicate where we want this part to be. Like for our homepage now, we're going to use a slash, a backslash, a forward slash rather, and then we're going to say the element which is going to be in that forward slash is going to be our home page. So we're going to take this home page and plug it in just like this, and then when we save, let's make sure we import this route from React Router. Yeah, so when we save, if you notice, when we go to /movie/ we didn't see anything, but if we go back to our home page, which is normal localhost, we are going to see the home page. So if I click on final destination, I go to /movie then /the id of final destination, I'm not going to see anything because we do not have that image created, that route created. So if I Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V this and I say /movie, and for a dynamic id, you know that the id doesn't change, so I can just come here and put a colon id /movie/id. I'm not going to use the home page. Let's say I give it a p tag and say this is a movie page. So this should work. Ctrl+S, I should see that this is a movie page. As you can see it here, this is a movie page. Now the next we are going to do right now, since we have gotten this route to work, we are going to create a component which is going to show the movie page, which means that after creating the component, we are going to come here and replace this is a movie page, and then you add in the component inside. Yeah. Okay, so now we'll go and create the components. We'll create this not in the component folder. We're going to create this page in the pages folder. So we'll create the page movie page.jsx and then arrow-fce just like this, Ctrl+S, and then we'll go back to our JSX and then we'll remove this p tag here, and then we'll add the movie page. Oh, I wrote move page, so let me change this to movie page, and then I'll come here and edit this to movie page, Ctrl+S, then you go back to app.jsx and make sure you import that as movie page. Yeah, so you save this and you go back and you should see movie page. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is to fetch the movie based on this id. All right, and we can fetch a movie based on id by coming to this movies place here and then you entering into the details. If you look at the code here, you'll see /movie/movie id. So we can just copy this request, come here, and back to our movie page. You will just come here and paste it here, and then we can use the use effects hook to fetch our use effects, passing the callback function and then the dependency. All right, and then we'll just copy this code here, from here to here, Ctrl X, and then you put it inside. Make sure you import your use effects. Yeah. Alright, as you can see now, we need the ID of the movie, and if you come here, this is the ID of the movie. So how do we get this from the URL? Wow, thank God React Router already provide a solution for that. So to get the ID, we'll just say const ID will be equal to use params from React Router, just like that. And then you just come here, change this to a template literal, and then remove this movie ID text here and replace it with the actual movie ID. And then since we're using this ID, it is dependent on the ID. Just like this, you save, and let's check our console. And look at, we've got this object of the particular image, final destination, bloodlines, and all this information. So we're going to use this information to generate a movie page that will look really nice. Okay, so let's continue building. Now instead of console.logging the results, we're going to add it into a state. So we'll say const movie set movie to be equal to use state, and we'll make it null at first. Yeah, and then console.log, we'll remove the console.log and you add set movie to be res. Alright, and then if there's no movie, we're going to add a loading state. So at first, if the movie is undefined, if no movie, we can just return a div with a span tag of loading, span loading. You can make this look beautiful by giving this a class name of flex, and then item center, justify center, and finally give it a screen of 100 VH, that is h-screen in Tailwind CSS. And then this span tag, you give it a class name of a text of extra large, and a text, give it a red text red of, let's say 500. Alright, so when we refresh, we're going to get that loading state before the image appears. So yeah, you can see that quick loading stuff. Now we'll start designing the full movie page. So for that, we'll get rid of this stuff here. We'll create a new div where we'll add the movie background. So inside this div, we'll give this a class name. We'll give this div a class name of relative, and then a height of 60 view height, and flex, give it item of end, just like this. Yeah, and then to give it a background, adding background in Tailwind CSS is not that easy, so we're going to add an inline CSS style. So to do that, you just put style property here, and then you put a background image, then template literal URL, then of course how we added the image before is the same thing we're going to add now. Just like this, paste it here. Yeah, so https ://image.tmdb.org/t/p/original, then movie.backdrop path, just like that. Then you save. Let's see what we've got. So as you can see, we've gotten this image, and then we're going to make some changes as well. So we'll put a comma, we'll come down and we'll say background size, this will be cover, the background size will be cover, and the background position will be center. Let me put a colon here. Then you save and let's see what we've got. Yeah, so this is nice. This is the final destination image. And then under this div, let me work on this container div so that we won't be going back to make some changes. We are going to give this container div a minimum height of screen, a minimum height of 100 VH, and then a background of hash 181818 and a text of white. Yeah, just like this. Ctrl S, and yeah, all right. So under this image div, or not under, inside the div, this is a background image. So inside the div, we're going to have a gradient, a background gradient. So we need this image to blend with this. So for that, we're just going to create a div which is just going to act as a background gradient. So we'll create the div here. All right. Inside the div, we're going to give it a class name of absolute, and give it an insert of 0 with a background gradient to top, bg dash gradient to top of from the color that's it's our background, which is this one, from this via transparent to transparent, just like this. Save this, and then let's see. As you can see, we've gotten that blend that we want. Just like this, we've gotten the blend. So this is really nice. Now after this one, we're going to create a div under this div. Like I said, that div was just for the transparent the blending stuff. So we'll create another div here, another div, and this div will have an image tag, and then this div is going to have a source of, let me copy that same background image, whatever, here, a source of that just like this. You save this, and yeah, we have this image here. Okay, now we're going to style this image. We'll give this image a class name of rounded dash lg, and a shadow of lg, with a small width. We want the width to be like 48, should be okay. And for mediums, for mobile phones, it should be hidden. We don't want this. Is just an additional image. And then for medium screen sizes and above, it should be a type of block. So we'll save this and let's see. Yeah, this is the image here. All right, so to edit that, we can go to this div on top. We'll give this a class name. Give it a class name of relative, a z index of 10, flex, items of center, items of, let's use end will be better, and a padding of 8 with a gap of 8. All right, we didn't have any much change. We just brought this one down. We are going to have other things beside this particular image. So under this image tag, we are going to have another div. And this div is going to have an h1 tag, which is going to display the movie title. So we're going to say the movie dot title, just like this. Then you save, and we should see the tag. Yeah, final destination bloodlines. All right, so we can start editing. Let's edit directly instead of working the structure first before editing, so we can start writing the styles together to make things faster. I don't want this video to be so long. All right, so we'll give this a class name of text of 4XL with a bold font dash bold, with a margin bottom of 2. This should be okay. Control S and let's see. Yeah, this is really nice. This is nice. Okay, so after this h1 tag, we're going to have a div, a lot of divs, but it's just to get the work done. We're going to have a div, and then this div is going to have a span tag. This span is going to contain the movie vote, the vote average, whatever. So we're going to use a star, so you can window and press dot. So to window and press dot, you can just keep typing star. So this star, we can just click on this one. So yeah, we've gotten that star emoji, and then you pass in the movie dot votes underscore average, just like this. So you control S and let's see, we've gotten 7.13, but most movie sites usually leave it in 1 decimal place, so we're going to make ours too in 1 decimal place. So to do that, we'll just say dot to fixed, and then we used 1. So control S, and you are going to see it to be 1 decimal place. Yeah, so this is nice. So under this one, we're going to have the release date. So under the span, we're going to have another span, and this span is going to have the release date, which will be movie dot release underscore date. Control S, and yeah, we should have that. So this is the movie release date, and if you notice, this is looking side by side, so we can edit that by going to this div here, and then you give this a class name, this div which contains the 2 span tag. So you give it a class name of flex, and then item center, a gap of 4 with a margin bottom of 2. So you save this and let's see. Yeah, nice. And then after this span, we're going to have another span, which is going to have the movie runtime. So that is how long the movie is. So we'll just have the movie dot runtime, and then you can leave a small space here and say minute. Control S and let's see. Yeah, so this is the star rating, the date, and the runtime. So this is nice. Now under this div which have all of this, we're going to create another div which is under this one. Create another div, and this div is going to have the genre name, and the movie overview. Alright, so we're going to come here now and say movie dot genres dot map. We have a lot of movie genres, of course, so we'll come here and say genre just like this, and then you add the span tag, and then you pass in the genre name. So let's see if that worked. So let's see. Yeah, horror and mystery. So that is the genre of the movie. So now let's style that. Now in this span tag, you give it a class name of bg gray of 800, bg dash gray dash 800 with a padding x of 3 and a padding y of 1, rounded dash full text dash sm. Control S, and this should be okay. Alright, but it still looks conjoined, so to make that look nice, we are going to go to this div which contains all the genres together. Alright, so for this, we'll give it a class name of flex, and flex dash wrap with a gap of 2 and a margin bottom of 4. Control S, and yeah, that is nice. That's nice. Okay, there is something I've noticed now. If you look at this background image and this other small image, they are the same thing, which doesn't really make sense. So we have to change that image. Instead of using the backdrop part, we should change this to the poster part instead. So let's go up. Now this one should be the backdrop part, and then this second one we should use the poster part. So let's clean this and then change this to poster part. Then you Control S and let's see what we've got. Wow, perfect. This is nice. So yeah, this is really nice. Okay, so let's continue building. That's just a mistake I want to point out. Under this generic div now, we are going to create the p tag, which we are going to use to write the movie overview. We're going to just come here and say movie dot overview. Control S and let's see. Yeah, okay, this is nice. So we can make that beautiful. We can edit that a little. So give this a class name and then give it a maximum width of 2XL. That should be nice. With a text gray of 200, text dash gray of 200. Control S and let's see. Now this is better. This is better. Okay, before we continue, or okay, it should be nice. Let's add the watch now button under this. Under this, we'll have the watch now button, so we can go to our components, our hero section, where we have the watch now button. This button, we can just come here, Control C, and then you go to the movie page. Under this p tag, you paste the button here, and make sure you have the play button imported to this component. Control S, and then let's see what we've got. Okay, this is nice. So we'll just make some few changes, like we'll give this button now a margin top of 2. Then for medium screen sizes and above, we'll give it a margin top of like 4. So Control S, and yeah, that is nice. So when we click on this, we should be expect to take us to maybe the YouTube page, but for now it's not working. We're going to work on that later on. Alright, so with this now, let's check another video, another movie. Let's see how it looks. So if I click on this logo, nothing happens. So let's work on that. We'll go to our navigation bar where we have the image logo, and then we're going to use the link component from React Router since we have that now. So link from React Router, we're going to take this and wrap the image, and then to while we're linking to the home page. Control S, and then when we click on this, it should take us to the home page. Yeah, that's nice. So this cascade now, if I want to click on this watch now, I should be taken to the movie page as well. So let's go and change that. We'll go to our hero section here, and then we'll wrap everything with no, not everything, rather we'll wrap the play button with a link component from React Router as well. We'll close this, copy this, wrap everything, and where are we linking to? We are linking to template literal slash movie slash the ID, which will be let's see what we call this, movie.backdrop. So movie.id, just like this. You save, Control S, and then if I click on watch now, I should be taken to the movie page. Yeah, Karate Kid Legend, that is nice. Let's go back, let's look for another film. So if let's say St. Catherine, yeah, this is nice. This is looking really nice. Okay, so now let's continue building this component. Okay, now we are in the hero section, but the component we're working on is the movie page. So under this image, under this movie information, we're going to have the details part, which is going to give a broader information about the movie. So that's what we're going to work on next. To work on it, you're going to count 3 divs down: 1, 2, 3, and then here you're going to create a new div. This div will have a class name of a padding of 8. Then you save it. Then inside this div you are going to have an h2 tag which is going to say details, just like this. And then under the h2 tag you are going to have a div with another div. We'll have a lot of divs, and then inside this div we're going to have an unordered list, yeah, just like this, and then a list item. Inside this list item we're going to have two span tags. The first one is going to be the status, the movie status. So we're going to come here and say status is going to be movie status. That will be movie dot status. Ctrl S, and let's see what we've got. Okay, details, status of release. Alright, so let's before we continue going, let's style this a little bit. So for these details we're going to give this a class name of we're going to increase the text size to 2XL, and then font semi bold with a margin bottom of 4. Ctrl S, let's see. Alright, that is better. And then in this div here we're going to give this a lighter gray color. So we're going to come here and say class name, give it a bg of hash 232323, just like this, and then rounded dash lg shadow, give it a small shadow of lg, a padding of 6, make it flex, and a flex column. The flex direction should be column, and for medium screen sizes and above, the flex direction should be row, just like this, and then a gap of 8. Then you Ctrl S. Let's see what we've got. Okay, you have seen this little box here. Alright, let's continue building. Now inside this other div we're going to give this a class name of flex dash 1. Ctrl S. I'm not sure you're going to see much change. Yeah, it's just to make sure it takes the entire space. That is the value, that is the function of that flex dash 1. Alright, for this UL tag here we're going to give this a class name, give it a text. We're going to change the text color to be gray. We'll make it gray dash, let's use 300. That should be okay. And then a space in the y direction of 3. Ctrl S. Let's see. Yeah, that's better. Now under this list tag we're going to have another li tag, and then inside this li tag we're going to have span tags, 2 span tags as well, and this one is going to be the release date. So we're going to come here and write release date, and then inside here we're going to pass in the movie dot release date. Ctrl S, and let's see. Okay, that's nice. But we can make some few changes to indicate that this one is under this. We can make this bold a little bit. Let's just make a few changes. For the span tag which contain the label, we're going to give this a class name of we're going to give it a semi bold font dash semi bold, and then we'll give it a text dash white color, just like this. Let's save and let's see how it looks. Yeah, better. And then we're going to copy this class name and put it in the second one. And then for the other one, which is the main data, we're going to give it a margin left of 2, ml-2, and then we'll come here and say class name ml-2. All right, before I continue, just a little reminder of how we are getting all the status and release dates. If you are confused, let me remind you. All right, so if we come here and console.log the movie, console.log movie is equal to the movie. All right, when I save this and then I come here and click on inspect, and then I go to console, you can see this movie object here. So when I expand this, you are going to see the backdrop part, the genres, which is an array of war and action, which we added here, war and action. All right, you can see other information. We have the original title, which is what we are using here, warfare, and we have the overview, the production companies. So we are going to be using all of these production companies, production countries. This is the release date which we added. Then we had revenue, the spoken languages. We are going to use all of this, and note the type. This spoken language is an array. We are going to be using the dot map function or the dot map method to map over this. And as you can see, we have the status of release, we have the tagline, we have the title, we have the vote average, whatever. So just so you know, this is how we get all those stuff. So right now we can continue building. Yeah, so now under this release date, we're going to have the movie original language. So it's just the same thing. I'm just going to copy and paste it. I don't want to waste time. So we'll have an li tag which is going to li tag for the original language, and then it covers the same thing. Two span tags, one for the label, original language, font semi-bold, text white, and then the span, the other one, which is the data. We have the original language, and then we made it uppercase to uppercase, Ctrl S, and let's see, original language, English. Yeah. Okay, the next one is the movie budget. So that one too, we're going to use an li tag, and then inside this li, we're going to have two span tags, span times 2. All right, the first one, which is the label, this one will be budget, and then the inside one, we're going to have the movie budget. But not all movies provide their budget to the API, so which means we have to handle that as well. So for that, we are going to be using the ternary operator, and hope you know that in JavaScript, the ternary operator. So we'll say movie dot budget, does it exist? If it exists, then we'll show it. Then we'll use the $sign, again, because we want it to be in dollars. All right, so we're going to add the movie dot budget, just like this. And then if it doesn't exist, you are going to put a colon. If it doesn't exist, and then now you can add n/a, just like this. Ctrl S, and let's see what we've got. You can see budget and then 2 million whatever. So we have to add that comma and stuff to make it look nice. So to make it look nice, you can come here and say dot to locale string, just like this. Ctrl S, and let's see. As you can see, it has gotten all those comma, which is 20 million. All right, and we can add our styling, of course. Ctrl C, come here, you add it, and then give this a margin left of 2 as well. Ctrl S, and yeah, that's nice. Okay, the next one is the movie revenue. So I'm going to copy that as well. It's just the same thing. If I've gotten how to do it, then you are good to go. It's just the same thing. I have the revenue, and then the movie revenue dot locale string. All right, let's see. Revenue, yeah, that's nice. The next one we're going to have is the production company. So what I'll do is just to explain this one. This one is a little bit different. So Under this, we're going to paste this code, and then let's close the list tag. Yeah. Now you understand up to this extent of the label production companies, and like I said before, the production companies type was an array, so we cannot add an array like that. Just if you come here and say movie dot production underscore companies, then you save, and now let's check. You're not going to get anything because the production company is not a normal string or a number. The production company is an array, so we cannot just add it like this. So for us to make this, we are going to make sure that number one, it exists. So like I said before, you can use the ternary operator, but now we also want to use the ternary operator to check the length of the production movie. Alright, so first of all, we check if the production movie exists. That is, we're using the conditional statement production movie, and then we can come here and say the movie.production company again. If the length is greater than 0, production companies dot length is greater than 0. Then we are sure that we can map over this. So we're going to come here. If it's greater than 0, we're going to come here and say the movie.production companies dot map, and then we can use let's just use C, which stands for companies, and then we'll just get the name of the company, C dot name, just like this, and then we can join all of that with a comma. So we'll say join if there are more. If there are more, you join with a comma. Else, you will just come here and put n/a, just like this. So I hope this makes sense. Let me save it and check if it worked first. Alright, as you can see, production company DNA films, comma A24. Alright, this is what I did. Movie the production companies, you first check if it exists. Alright, if it exists, then we can show this. So and that means we are having two checks. Check if it exists first, and then we'll check if the length is greater than 0, because we don't want to display anything that is the array is empty. So alright, so we'll check if it is greater than 0, which means at least there is one production company. Then we'll come here, map over it, and get c dot name, which is the name of the production company. And then if it is more than 2, we join them with a comma. Then if the length is not greater than 0, that means if it is an empty array, we are going to display n/a, as simple as that. Then we are going to use the same format to do for the production countries. So Ctrl C, come under this list tag, and you paste here. It follows the same principle. Let me get rid of this extra space. It follows the same principle. First you have your label countries, and then here you check if there is production countries. If it exists, you check if it is greater than 0. If it's greater than 0, you map over it, get the name, join if it is more than 2 with a comma, and then if the length is an empty array, if it's an empty array, you display n/a. And then the same thing with spoken languages. I'll just Ctrl C here, and then I can paste it as well. Follows the same principle also. Spoken languages, if movie.spokenlanguages exists and movie.spokenlanguages.length is greater than 0, that is when we can have all of this. Alright, so this is nice. So we'll just come here, and yeah, as you can see, we have the status release, the release date, the original language, the budget, the revenue, production companies, countries, United Kingdom, USA, spoken languages, English, Turkish. Yeah, so that's really nice. So having these details now, we're going to have another detail. We're going to have another details by the right of this component or this section. Alright, so under this li tag, and this under this ul tag, under this div, we're going to come here and we're going to create another div. This div as well is going to have a flex of 1, class name flex -1, and then we're going to have an history tag, with the label tagline, and then we're going to have a p tag under it. This p tag is going to contain the tagline, so we'll just come here and say movie dot tagline. Then if it doesn't exist, you come here and say no tagline available. Just like this, you save this, and then we can come here and you can see tagline, everything is based on memory. That is because the tagline is available. Okay, so we can style this. We'll give this a class name of font dash semi-bold, and then text dash white with a margin bottom of 2. Ctrl S. Then this tagline, we're going to give this a class name as well. Give it a class name of italic. It should be slant, and then a text gray of 400, text dash gray dash 400 with a margin bottom of 6. Ctrl S, and let's see. Yeah, really nice, really nice. Okay, so the next one we're going to have another history tag. This one is going to be for the movie overview. So we'll come here and say overview, and then under this overview we're going to have a p tag just like the former one. Have a p tag, and then the movie overview, movie dot overview. Ctrl S, and we should have that. Yeah, overview, and then the movie overview. So let's style this. This history should be the same thing with this one, so I can just copy this, Ctrl C, and then paste it here, Ctrl S, and then this overview will give us a class name of just one class name, gray of 200. This should be okay. Let's see. Yeah, it's better. Okay, so with this we are done with the details section. As you can see, this is looking like a real movie application. This is looking like a real movie application. Alright, so the next we're going to have is the recommended section. So this won't be nice if we don't have other movies to show as a recommended movie. Okay, so for that we are going to need to get the recommended movies from the API. So that's what we're going to do right now. Okay, so while we are here, if you scroll down a little bit, you're going to see this recommendations tab here. So if you click on it, you can see that the movie ID is required, and this is the fetch request that we need. So we can just copy this, and then back to our code, we can just scroll to the top, and then we can paste it. We can paste it here. We already have these options, so we get rid of these options. And then this fetch stuff, we can cut it and then paste it in our use effect here. Just come here and paste it. Now we are going to be needing the ID, the movie ID, just like this. So we can just come here, change this to a template literal, and then we can add the movie ID just like we did. So I can just come here and copy this and paste it here. Okay, so now I can just we're console.login the response. So let me get rid of this movie stuff and save this. Let's check our console if we're going to get everything. Let me refresh this. And yeah, as you can see, we have result of 20 different movies related to this warfare, and we are getting a warning from movie page that every child in a list should have a unique key prop. Okay, so that is because we're using .map without any key prop. So let's check where we're using .map. Something like this, it should have a unique key prop, whatever. You can just anyhow just work on it yourself. Get rid of that. It's not really a problem. But all right, so Now the thing is, we have to save this information in a state just like we did with the movie. So we can come here and say const recommendations, comma set recommendations will be equal to, we're going to set it initially to an empty array, use state, set to an empty array. And then we're going to go back to our fetch request, and then we're not going to collect any other information, we just need the result. So we'll come here, get rid of this console.log, and we're going to say set recommendations to be res.result if it's available. If it's not available, then you just default it to an empty array, just like this. So Ctrl S, and with that we've gotten our recommendations. So we can just close this one, close the details, and then under the details and under the movie information, we can have our recommendations. So just like I said before, we have to check if the length is greater than 0 when dealing with something that might be an empty array. First thing you have to do is to check if the length, if it exists first. So that is why we have to come here and say recommendations dot length. If it is greater than 0, that is when we can have this component. If it's an empty array, there's no need rendering this component. Alright, so first thing we'll have a div, and this div will have a padding of 8. So let me write that. Give this a class name a padding of 8, and then we're going to have an h2 tag, which is going to say you might also like h2, you might also like, then 3 dots, Ctrl S. Let's style this one, give it a class name, a text of 2XL with a semi-bold font and a margin bottom of 4. Ctrl S, and let's check. Okay, you might also like, that isn't looking so nice. Ctrl S. Yeah, so it's better. You might also like, yeah, that's nice. Alright, under this h2 tag, we are going to have a div, and then inside this div we are going to get all the results of the recommendations. So alright, we are going to come here and we are going to be needing only 10 out of that 20, so we don't want to make our site full of just movies and all that. So we have to just get only 10, and for us to get 10, you know what to do. We have to use the dot slice method. Alright, we're going to come here and say recommendations dot slice, a method in JavaScript. From the first array to the 10th array, you get that, and then you map over it. So I can just come here and say recommendations, then you return a div, and then you can give this a key of the ID. You can give this a key of recommendation dot ID. Ctrl S, and then you can give this a link tag of, we want to if we click on the link, if we click on the movie, it should take us to the movie page, just like what we have been doing since. So we're going to come here and say link from React router, make sure you import that link, and then we're going to add the href or to. We're going to add link uses to, so we're going to add the template literal now with slash movie slash the ID, which is the dollar sign recommendation dot ID, just like this. So you Ctrl S, and then inside we are going to have an image tag. This image tag is going to have a source. We are going to add the poster part, so we can just grab it from where we have it. Just grab the source. We have been using this image pattern, so you should already have it. So Just paste it here. Source should be the poster part. Alright, then under this image we'll have a div. Inside the div we're going to have the title. You can make the title an h3 tag, and then you pass in the recommendation.title, and then under this title we are going to have the release date. So for this release date now, we don't really need everything. Let me add a span tag first. We don't really need everything. We just need, like, if it's 2024 or 2025, whatever. So we're going to come here and say recommendation dot release underscore dates, and then for us to get only the 2024 stuff, we're going to be using dot slice as well. So dot slice from the first one to the fourth one. You know, we have just four stuff, 2024 whatever. So just Ctrl S this, and let's see. As you can see, we have the movie image, Teen Soldier 2025 whatever, all of these. We have all of these, and if I click on this, I should be taken to the just like if I click on Teen Soldier, I should be taken to the Teen Soldier page. Yeah, this is just it. Alright, so now, and if you notice, the recommendation section, it changed to the movie which is related to this Teen Soldier. So we can make this look better. So let's start styling this. Alright, so first thing we'll do is in our code, where all of them, before we map over it, this div which contains all the recommendations, we're going to give this div a class name. We're going to be using grid instead of flex. So we'll say grid, and then for mobile screen sizes, give it a grid column of 2, not 1, 2. And then for medium screen sizes and above, you have to give it a grid column of 5, yeah. And then a gap of 4, just like this. Ctrl S, and then we should see something nice. Yeah, this is nice. All right, so we can make this better. So back to our code, we are going to work on this image, or before the image, we are going to have inside this div here, we can put a simple hover effect on it. All right, so we can just come here and give it a class name, give it a background color. We want to make it a lighter gray color of hash 232323. That should be okay. And then give it a rounded of LG, and overflow of hidden with hover. The scale should be 105. I think that should be nice. And transition, yeah, Ctrl S. So let's check. You can see that simple hover effect and the background color. This is really nice. Okay, now let's continue. This image, we can make the image better. We can give this a full width, give it a class name, width of full, and then a height of 48, and object dash cover, just like this. Ctrl S, and this should be better. Yeah, this is better. This is looking nice already. Now I think what is next is for the text. So this div containing the text, we're going to give it a class name of padding of 2, and then this h3 tag here, we're going to give it a class name of text dash sm, a small text, and font dash semi bold, just like this. And then for the release date, we're going to give this a class name text of extra small, and then a text gray of 400, just like this. You save this, and we should have a complete package. Yeah, this is better. This is really nice. Like, just look at this. This is nice. Like, now if I click on last bullet, I'll be taken to the last bullet page. As you can see, last bullet, and I will have other images related to last bullet and the ugly stepsister. As you can see, other images related to it. Now this is nice. So the next thing we have to work on is when we click on this button, what happens? we should be taken to a new tab where we can display the YouTube trailer of the video, so they can watch the video on YouTube. Alright, so that's what we're going to work on next. Okay, so for the YouTube trailer feature, we can easily do that by coming to our TMDB API here and then going to this videos tag here. Now if you come to this video tag, you can see that this movie ID is required, so we can come here, copy this movie ID, then here and paste it here, and we can click on try it to check what we are going to expect. And if you look at this, you can see the official trailer, the trailer key, the site which is YouTube, and the type trailer and whatever. We have other informations. Alright, so this is what we are going to do. We can copy this, go back to our code here, then back in where we usually paste it. We'll just come here, paste it. We already have the options, so we'll get rid of the options. We only need the fetch stuff, so you copy this fetch, then inside this use effects, under the recommendations, you can paste it. Now as well, we are going to be needing the movie ID, so we can change this to a template literal, change this, and then we'll get the ID, Ctrl C, replace it with this. Alright, now we are going to have a trailer key. Instead of console.login the trailer, we're going to come here and we're going to get a state const trailer key, comma, set trailer key, this will be equal to use state. It should be null at first. Initially it should be set to null. Alright, we're going to come here where we have console.log, and then we're going to pass in some stuff. Alright, so we're going to use a curly braces, and then we're going to say const trailer will be equal to res.result.find. We don't need anything that is not a YouTube trailer. I don't really have time to start getting other trailers, no. So we just need only the one for YouTube, which is why we're using the .find to find only YouTube trailers in case the video have more trailers on other platform. So I'm going to come here and say find the video. If the video.site vid.site is equal to strictly equals to YouTube, because if you go to your API here, you're going to see the site as YouTube, so we'll have to use this. If the site is strictly equal to YouTube, and then the video type, if the video.type, if the type is YouTube, is trailer rather, if the type is strictly trailer, just like this. So that is how we're going to get the trailer. Then after getting the trailer, we're going to come here and say set trailer key to be equal to trailer dot key. Else, if it is not found, you set it to null, just like this. Ctrl S, and then we are going to use this trailer key now to link to our YouTube. So for that, where do we have that? Yeah, this watch now button here. We are going to come here. We are going to come here, wrap this button in React router link component, wrap it, and then you are going to come here and say to a template literal https://www.youtube.com/watch/v not slash question mark v is equal to, this is where we are going to pass in our trailer key. So trailer key, just like this. We also want to make sure that this appear in a new tab, so we're going to come here and say target is equal to blank, just like this. Ctrl S, and this should work. Let's refresh to make sure that the API fetches correctly. So if I click on watch now, okay, it's taking me to null. Alright, so I can get rid of this to show you that there's a problem with our code. Alright, so let me go back and check where the problem is coming from. Okay, so the problem is coming from here. As you can, if you go back to your stuff, you are going to see that the site is with a capital T. So we can go back to our code and then change this to a capital T. Alright, Ctrl S and let's refresh. Yeah, so if I click on this, I should be taken to this is the trailer key. And as you can see, the ugly step sister, the trailer, as you can see. Alright, so this is nice. Okay, so yeah, this is nice. The next thing we're going to work on is this get AI movie pics. But before we can get AI movie pics, we need to sign in. We need to be a registered user for us to get AI movie pics. So that's what we're going to work on next. We're going to build the UI for sign in and sign up functionality. Alright, that's what we're going to work on next. For the sign in and sign up page, we can just go back to our code. We can close this, and then in the pages folder, we're going to create another new folder. We're going to call this sign in.jsx, and then you can put in the array fce to get the sign in component, and then we'll create another new file, sign up.jsx, and then array fce to get the components running, and then we'll go to our app.jsx. We're going to add two new routes. So first route, this part is going to be sign in / sign in, and then the element to be the sign in page. Get it from pages / sign in, and let me wrap this to follow a single pattern. It should work still, but alright, so I can just copy this, paste it, change this to sign up, and then I'm going to be using the sign up from pages / sign up. Alright, now when I click this, I should be taken to the sign in page. Alright, so I'll go to my component folder here in the navbar.jsx, and I'll look for that button. This is it. I'm going to come here and put a link tag from React Router, wrap it all over the button, and then I'm going to come here and say to, you should link to what, / sign in, just like this. Ctrl S, and now when I click on this, I should be taken to the sign in page. Alright, let's go back to our sign in page, and then we should start working on this component. The first thing I have to let you know now is that our sign in component should have a background image, and now we don't have that background image, so I'll have to put that background image inside this public folder. So that's what I'm going to do now. Alright, so I just have to drag and drop it into the public folder now, not inside the asset folder, because we are going to be needing this background image. We are not going to be able to like call it from the asset folder, so that's why we need it inside the public folder. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to come here and say style. This style will be equal to, here I'm going to set the background image, to, I'm going to add the linear gradient. I need that like a black background all over it, so with an opacity or something like that. So that's why I need to get the linear gradient, and then I'm going to pass in RGBA with 0, 0, 0, and then the opacity 0.5. So this is a black background with an opacity of 0.5. and then I'm going to put a comma from this to the same thing, RGBA 0, 0, 0 and 0.5. okay, so that should be the linear gradient. And the next thing I'm going to add is the URL. So I'm going to put a comma and then put the URL of the background image, which is slash background slash background. Let me move that to, sorry, slash background underscore banner dot jpg. So that is the name of our image, and then we can close the bracket. So now if I save this and check, Ctrl S and check, nothing is going to show. That is because we haven't added any height. So we can come here and say minimum height of screen, and when I save this I should see the image there. Yeah, so this is the image I want. And now I can add other classes as well. Give it a bg dash cover, bg dash center, and a background of no repeat, not neutral, no repeat, yeah, that one. And then give it a padding x of 4, a in medium screen sizes, a padding in the x direction of 8, and a padding y in the y direction of 5. Then you save this, and yeah, no much changes, but yeah, this is okay. Now inside this div we're going to have another div. We're going to have another div which is going to have an h1 tag with the title sign in. Ctrl S and we should have that. Yeah, we can have it, but we can't see it. So for that, we'll have to style this h1 tag a little bit. So we'll give it a class name, and then we'll increase the text to 3XL and a font of medium with a text color of white, and then you add in the margin bottom, of course, of 7. Ctrl S and let's see. Yeah, this is better. This is really nice. Alright, so the next thing we're going to have is the form. We're going to have the form, and you can add it under this h1 tag here. You add the form tag, and inside the form you are going to have 2 inputs. So I can just come here and say input times 2. Yeah, 2 inputs, one for the username and one for the password. So this one is for the username, a type of text, and then the second one, a type of password. Ctrl S and let's see. We have two inputs now. Yeah, 2 inputs, but as you can see, this is not looking nice, so we have to style the inputs. So for the first one, we have to give this a class name. Give it a full width, and then a height of 50 pixels, h-50 pixels, a background color of bg-hash333, and a text color of white, rounded, a padding x of 5, and give it a normal sized text-base. Just like this, you save this, and this is your input field. And then I can also give this a placeholder. I can give it a placeholder of username, just like this. Ctrl S and let's see. Yeah, we are going to do the same for the password field. So we can just copy all of this. Ctrl C, you come here and paste it. So the placeholder, I'm going to change this to password, and then Ctrl S and I should have that as well. Yeah, password. But for this one, I think okay, so I think I have to have a space in between them. As you can see, they are joined together. So for that, I'm going to go inside this form component, give it a class name, and then I will make it flex in the direction of column, flex column, and then I'll give it a space in the y direction of 4. Space in the y direction of 4. You save this and this should be okay. Yeah, I wasn't that space. But if you look at this is looking so spread out and it's not really looking that nice. So for this, we'll go back to this div here. This div here, and we're going to add some we're going to add some styles there. We're going to give it a max width at first of 450 pixels. Ctrl S, and let's see what we've got. Yeah, something like this is what we need, but we want to make it centered. So okay, and then give it a width of full and a BG of black. That should be nice. Yeah, BG of black with a BG opacity of 75, and then we'll make it rounded, and a padding X of 8, padding Y of 14, and MX auto to make it centered. Give it a margin in the X direction of auto and margin top of 8. Ctrl S, and let's see what we've got. Yeah. This looks nice now. This looks nice. Okay. Now under this, we're going to have the sign in button. So under the inputs, we'll go under this input now, and we're going to have a button. And this button is going to just say sign in. And let's see, we have something here, but nothing is showing. So we can just come here and add some styles. This is going to be a type of submit, and then we're going to give this a class name. Give it a full width, which dash full, and then we're going to give it that reddish Netflix color. So we'll give it that E50914, just like this, and then you give it a text color of white and a padding in the y direction of 2. Make it rounded as well, rounded, and then a normal size text dash base, which is 16 pixels, and then when I hover over it, I should reduce the opacity to 90, and then finally cursor pointer. Ctrl S, and let's see what we've got. Yeah, that's filling. This is your username, this is the password, and this is signing. Now the next thing we have to do is to provide a field which is going to say, if you are new to Netflix, you have to go to the sign up to, of course, create an account. So for that, we are going to go under the form, and then we are going to use a div. In this case, use a div, and then you put a p tag saying new to Netflix, and then you add a span saying sign up now, just like this. Ctrl S, and let's see, we are having this. So now we can style this. First off, this div, we're going to give this a class name, margin top of 10, and then text dash hash 737373, just like this, and then text dash sm, a small text. Ctrl S, and let's see what we've got. Yeah, better. Now for this p tag here, we're not going to give it any style. We'll go straight to this sign up stuff, and then we're going to give it a class name, text of white, font that of give it a medium font, and then cursor of pointer with a margin in the left direction of 2, and then when you hover over it, it should be underlined, just like this. Ctrl S, and then yeah, this is nice. So now when I click on this, I should be taken to the sign up page. But how do I do that without wrapping this in a link component? Because all since I've been developing this site, anytime I want to link somewhere, I have to use the link component from React Router. But there's another way. We can use another way to link to the sign up page. You can use the navigate function from React router. So I can just come here and say const navigate will be equal to what? Use navigate hook from React router, just like this. And then I can come over here and say on click. When you click on this, on click, you should do what? Navigate to where slash sign up. Control S, and then when I come here, why is the image disappearing? Let me save this and let me refresh. So the image just disappeared. I don't know why. Let me check. They're showing me no errors, but my image just disappeared now. So let me get rid of this navigate whatever. Control S, and let's see. Okay, so I think it was from my internet connection, so the image just got back. All right, so we can add our navigate hook back. So const navigate will be equal to the use navigate hook, just like this. And then we can go over to our sign up function here, our sign up span tag here, and then on click you pass in the navigate back to where sign up, just like this. Control S, and when I click on this, I should be taken to the sign up page. Yeah, just like that. So now for the sign up page, the sign up page is just exactly like the sign in page. So I'm just going to come here and copy all of this and go to the sign up page and paste it. Make sure you import your use navigate function, your use navigate hook rather. Control S, and you should have, yeah, the sign in page just like the sign up page. So we just have to make some few changes. First off, the title should not be sign in, it should be sign up. And then the button should not be sign in, it should be sign up. Let's see. Yeah, sign up, sign up. All right, so the next thing, we're going to be needing a new input field, which is going to be the email field. So I can just copy this, Control C. After adding your username, yeah, you have to add your email for you to be able to sign up. So this is going to be a type of email, and the placeholder should be, let's say, John Doe at gmail.com. Then the name, since you're signing up, it should be more informative. So John Doe, and then the password should just be like enter your password, just like this. Control S. And then instead of this new to Netflix, what we're going to have is already have an account. We're going to come here and just say already have an account, and then we're going to navigate back to you guessed it right, sign in. And then we're not going to come here and say sign up now. Instead, we're going to say sign in now. Control S, and yeah, John Doe, this one, sign up, already have an account, sign in now. We relocate to sign up, and okay, sign in now. You go back to sign in, and then if you go to sign up now, you can click on, you go back to sign up, sign in, sign up now. Yeah, so this is nice. The next thing we're going to do now is to get the information ready for our backend. So we need to collect their information, and we're going to display it to the console. So to do that, we're going to be using state. We're going to be using state, and we can just start right away. We'll just come under this use navigate hook, and then we'll say const username, comma, set username to be equal to what? Use state, and then you give it an empty string. Sorry. You Control C, you paste it 3 times because we're going to be needing 3 stuff. Then the email, come here and set email, and then password. Then you come here and say what? Set password. Just like this, Ctrl S, and then you can go to your input field where you have your username. You can come here and say the value should be what? Username. And then when it changes, when the input field changes, which we can access by using the onChange event handler, we should get the event.target.value. We should get the value. So we'll say set the username to be what? e.target.value. Just like this. So with this, we have gotten the username. We are going to do the same for the email and the password. So we'll come here, paste this. So the value here should be what? Email. And here, instead of setting the username to the email, we'll come here and set the email to the value of the email. Just get rid of this e. And then for the password, the same thing. We'll come here, the value should be what? Password. And then instead of setting the username to the value of the password, we'll set the password to the value of the password. Just like this. You save this. Now we can test this by just saying console.log username should be username, and then you can go to the next line /n, and then you say email should be what? Email, and then you can go to the next line, and password should be equal to the password. Ctrl S, and let's check this out. So as you can see, the email, the username, email, and password is empty. But if I start typing, let me type my name, Emmanuel. As you can see, it is ready. And then the password, if I say azibo@gmail.com, you can see it's all typing. And then my password, if I say 1234556, yeah, so which means that our information we are able to collect the information from the user through this form. Is working perfectly. The next thing is to do this, of course, for the sign in form as well, and then we're going to connect it to the backend. But for now, let's go to the sign in form, and nothing works if we enter this, so we have to go to the sign in and fix that. So we'll go to the sign in now. Now for the sign in, we just need to, which is the username and the password. So I can just come to the sign up and copy this, come to the sign in page and paste it. Make sure you import the use state from React. We are getting rid of this email. We don't need the email. Go to the input field here, come here, get the value. The value should be set to what? The value should be set to username, and then the onChange function e set username to e.target.value, and then I can copy this, Ctrl C, come to my password here, paste it, and then password, instead of set username, change this to what? Set password. Just like this. And then I can come here to check. I'm going to clean this one for the sign in page, cut it, Ctrl S, and come to the sign in page, and I can paste it here. Now we don't have the email, so I can get rid of the email and just work with only the username and password. So for that, we're in the sign in page now. I can come here, my username, let's say my username is John, and my password is test123. You can see it here, it works. Alright, so this is a big milestone achieved. If you don't know, you are able to, just a quick recap of what we have done. You are able to create this this beautiful hero section, this hero banner that is really dynamic. So if I refresh this, I'm going to get a new hero banner. Let's refresh. You see, I've gotten a new hero banner, and when I scroll down, this is fetched from the API. So you have learned how to fetch from an API using the fetch API, and then You can see the slider. This is really nice. You can see the slider, the top rated. This is the now playing, the top rated, the popular, the upcoming. And yeah, when you click on a particular image, you get the information of the image, and you might also like which is recommended of the image. And when you click watch now, you'll be taken to the YouTube page where you can watch the particular image in question. Alright, so and now if you want to get a AI movie pics, which you haven't done yet, you have to sign in. When you click the sign in, you'll be taken to this beautiful sign in page with, as you can see, this image background, and you can enter username and password. Nothing happens, but at least I'll be able to get the user information, and then you have the sign up page as well. So in the next part, I'll be talking on how you can work with Postman. We are going to use MongoDB, Node.js, and Postman for testing the backend functionality. So everything concerning the next part is going to be based on backend. We're not doing anything on front end. We're just going to be in our VS Code from beginning to end. In the last part, we did most things concerning the front end, and we did this sign in UI and the sign up UI. In this part, we are going to be focused on the backend, which means that we do not need this browser that we're seeing now. So we can just close this browser. We don't need it at all. Alright, so the next thing, inside our VS Code, we are done with this front end. You can right click on this, then close all, close your front end, then Ctrl J to open your browser, Ctrl C, close your front end server, CLS, clear everything, CD dot to go back, and then now we'll go into our backend folder, CD backend, just like this, CLS. Alright, now in this backend folder, we can create a new file. We're going to call this server.js. This is the file where we're going to write all our backend code. Alright, this is the file we're going to write all our backend code. And first thing I want to do is to show you a simple Express application. So the first thing we have to do right now is to install Express, because we're going to be using Express. Alright, and we have to do that using npm install Express, just like this. After installing, if you go over to package.json, or you are going to see the Express dependency here. Now we cannot do our normal way of importing, import Express from Express. We can't do this. If we do this, it won't work. That is because our package.json does not accept module importing style. What is default is CommonJS. If we go to our front end package.json here, you are going to see a type of module, this one. So this is what we have to copy and paste in our backend package.json for us to be able to import Express like that. Ctrl S, and this should work now. So now if you do const app is equal to Express. We are calling this Express, and now we can say app.get. Let's create a simple get request, and we can say this is going to happen on the home page, and then we pass in the request and response, just like this. So this is a simple get request, and now we have to send the response to the client. Send. So let's send hello world, just like this. Now for this to work, we have to listen. So we'll say app.listen. Now we have to listen at a particular port. So we have to come under here, and let's say port is equal to 5000. We want this to be on localhost 5000, and then we'll come here and say listen on port, which is 5000, and then pass in this function, which is going to say let's console.log server is running on http ://localhost and then you add in the port, which will be 5000. Now Ctrl+S. For us to run this, we have to come here and say node server, node, and then the name of your file, which for us is server.js. Click on enter. Now we're saying port is not defined, so I have to come here and say const port is equal to 5000. Ctrl+S, cls, node server.js. As you can see, server is running on http ://localhost 5000, just like this. Now, to show you what I was talking about concerning this import express from Express, if we go here and remove this type of module, Ctrl+S, we stop our server, and then we come here and say node server.js. You can see cannot use import statement outside a module, so that was why we had to come and put a type of module. So I just say I should re-explain that. Alright, now we can continue. Let's say node server.js. Now we can see that our server is running, but let me reduce this. But where is this our hello world? Now basically in your Chrome, you can go to your localhost 5000 and you are going to see this hello world, but we don't want to do that here. Let's imagine that we're full backend developers, because I'm teaching a full stack project. So right now I'm on the backend side, so I don't really want anything front end. All right, now for us to test this without going to our browser, we have to use what we call Postman. Now we have to get that extension. Just come here and search post. You are going to see Postman. Install this, and then you are going to get this icon by the left side of your VS Code. Now if you don't have an account, you might be required to sign in. Just sign up and follow the process, and make sure you have your Postman ready. If you face any issue installing or anything concerning Postman, drop it in the comments and I'm going to reply you in lightning speed. No jokes. Now we have to create a new HTTP request. So let's come here, let's click on plus. This is a new collection. Let me rename this. I'm going to call this, rename. I'll call this Netflix _ clone. Just like this. Now we have to add a request. So this collection is empty. Add request. So we'll add a request. This is a get request. And then I can call this test. This is a request. We're just going to use it to test. And the URL. Remember that our server is running on http localhost 5000. So I can Ctrl C on this, and I just stopped my stuff now. Paste it here. And if we send without node, let me close this. You see, without this, it won't work. Nothing is going to work. You can see, could not send request. But if I come here and say and start our server.js, and you can see server is running on http localhost 5000. If I click on send, I should see hello world. Yeah, you can see this hello world gotten from server.js. Now if I say hello world 2, Ctrl+S and come to this test and send again, I won't get hello world 2. I will soon get my hello world. That is because using node to run this, we have to close our server and then run node server.js again for us to get that hello world 2. As you can see. Now how do we solve this problem? Because when coding, we cannot be closing our server, restarting our server every time. How do we solve this? We solve this by using a tool called NodeMon, and then we can Control.C, we have to install NodeMon, because NodeMon, yeah, if you use NodeMon, it is better. It's going to, let me show you. So npm install NodeMon, just like this. We install this NodeMon, and now after installing, I can just cls, and I'm going to use NodeMon now instead of Node. So NodeMon server.js. As you can see, server is running on localhost 5000, and this is hello world 2. If I come here and say subscribe and Control S, if I come to this test and send, I'm going to see subscribe. If I come here and change this to subscribe to my channel, Control S, if I come to this test and send the new request, you are going to see subscribe to my channel immediately without stopping the server and restarting it. It's going to help you. It's going to detect that change anytime you save, and it's going to come here and say restarting due to changes. You can see that is really nice. The next thing we're going to do now is signing a user up. We have showed you a simple get request, so we're going to sign a user up. Now, how does signing up a user work? We have to collect the user information from our client, which will be according to our code from the client. From the front end side, we have the username, the email, and the password. So we have to collect that information, do some backend stuff, save it in our database, and then from there we are going to give the user we are going to send a cookie to our client to save that particular user in cookie. So with time, if we're working on this, you are going to see, I'm going to explain everything step by step so that you understand how everything works. Now, for us to save that user in our database, we need a database, of course. Now, for this video, we're using the MERN Stack, which means that we are going to be using MongoDB. Now, we have to go to our browser and get that MongoDB connection string. So let me shamefully open my Chrome back, since I was like, there's no need using Chrome. But like I said, I'm going to shamefully open it back, and then I'm going to enter mongodb.com. Now inside MongoDB, we will click on sign in. And now if you don't have an account, you can go and sign up, but I already have an account, so I just need to click on the Google logo. Now while you are here, you might see a different screen, but just find how you can create a new project. If you are in this screen, just click on this button, new project. And now let's enter our project name. We can call this Netflix clone, just like this, and then you click on next. Now add the permission or whatever. My email is already there. Just click on create project. Now we need the cluster, so you click on create, and if you have money, if you're a rich kid, you go for the paid ones. But me, I teach for free, so this is just like a test project. If you want to go deeply, you can pay. I'm just going to use this free one here, and I can leave the cluster here, yeah, and just create a deployment. Okay. Now this is my username and password. So I will copy this password, come to my code here, go to my file tab, create a new file called this.env, and then I'm going to paste it here. Back to my browser, click on create database user, and then after the user has been created, you click on choose a connection method, click on drivers, and then this is my connection string. I don't really need to save that my password, but that was just for like a safety something in case my password didn't show here. So you click on copy and then you click on done. Yeah, so this is basically it. And then you can go back to your code. You can get rid of this. Then you come here and say mongo underscore URI is equal to what you copied, just like this. Then Ctrl S. Now we don't need our .env to show in when we are deploying this. We don't want it to show in our GitHub repository, so I prefer you do this early. Now our front end already have a git ignore file, so I can just copy this, Control copy, then come to this backend and paste it here, just like this. And yeah, so our .env is secured now. It's not going to be deployed, it's not going to be posted in GitHub or whatever. Just Ctrl S. Now we have gotten our connection string. What is the next thing? The next thing is to connect to our database. So for that, we have to come in this backend here, create a new folder, call this config. And in this config, create a new file. You can call it anything you want, but I prefer calling it db.js. Now the next thing we'll do is we are going to be using Mongoose to work with MongoDB. So we need to install that. You can close your server, CLS, and then npm install Mongoose, just like this. After installing, we are going to import it by saying import Mongoose from Mongoose, just like this. And then we are going to export a function, because this our connect to database function, we are going to be using it in our server.js. Alright, so we have to export it. So export async function connect to db, just like this. And then we are going to put this in a try and catch statement, a try catch block. In the try block, we are going to come here and say const con. This will be equal to await mongoose dot connect, and then we have to pass in our connection string. And what do we call that? We call this mongo URI. So we can copy this, go back to db.js. Inside here, you are going to call this process.env dot mongo URI. Why am I getting errors? Oh, sorry, this is not meant to be like this. Yeah. So await mongoose.connect process.env mongo URI, and then you can just come here and put a console.log and MongoDB connected, and then you can pass in the connection string. So you come here, put a comma, and then you come here and say con.connection dot host, the connection host rather, Ctrl S. And then if there's any error, that is if we catch any error, you can just come here and say console.log, log the error to the console, error connecting to MongoDB, and then you pass in the error message, which is going to be error.message, just like this. And then after console login, we don't want any other thing to happen after an error occurred. So we're going to come here and say process.exit 1, just like this. And with this, you are done with your connect to DB function. And now you can go to your server.js and then we have to call this function while we are listening. That means here when we connect to our server, we are going to call the connect to DB. So we are going to come before the console.log and then you add the connect to DB, just like this. Yeah, control S and CLS here, node mon server.js. We need to see our connection host. If we don't see our connection host, then that means our connect to DB function is not working the way it should work. Now we got an error. Of course, we are not going to, there's nothing like DB here. This is not Vite, this is not React. So we have to come here and put the .js. Ctrl S and that error should be gone. We are going to get another error for sure. Now, why are we getting this error? As you can see, the URI parameter must be a string, but it's got undefined. Now, Node.js cannot read env files directly like this. We need to install a new package called .env. Even this our port, we don't want to add our port like this. We are going to take this our port to our .env file. Port equals to 500, and then inside server.js you can come here and say our port will be process.env.port or 5000, just like this. This is just a I'm just digressing or something like that. Alright, so back to what I was saying. Node.js cannot detect env files just like that. It's going to leave this as undefined. You get? So for us to overcome this, we have to install a package known as .env. So you can close this, Ctrl C, CLS, npm install .env, enter. And after installing, you can come here and say import .env from .env, import .env from .env, just like this. And then you are going to come here and say .env.config, just like this. Ctrl S, and now we can start our server back, and that error should be gone. Node-mon server.js. As you can see, server is running on this, and then MongoDB connected, and we have our connection host. Wow, this is nice. We have connected to our database successfully. The next thing now is that before we create our sign up API, we have to have a user model. So we want MongoDB to know what we are expecting from the user. Like I said before, in our front end, we expect what? The username, the email, and the password. So we need MongoDB to know that that is what we are expecting from our front end. So how do we do that? We do that by creating models in MongoDB. So you can come here in our backend folder, create a new folder called this models. Let's add the S because in a real life application, you are not going to be having just one model. You are going to have different models. So this is why I added the S, models. Now inside this model, you are going to create a new file. You are going to call this one user.model.js. Now some developers call theirs just user.js, but I prefer calling my own user.model.js just to indicate that it's a model, something like that. Yeah. All right. The next thing is to import Mongoose. Of course, we are using Mongoose to work with MongoDB. Import Mongoose from Mongoose, and then we have to create our user schema. How do we do that? We do that by saying const user schema. User schema will be equal to mongoose dot schema, and then you come inside here and you pass in the fields you are expecting from your client or from your front end. So for that, we are expecting three things, which is the first one, username. This username is going to be a type of what? It's going to be a type of string. And is it required? Of course, required. This will be true. And you can put a comma. You can Ctrl C and paste this 3 times. Come here. The user, this is not going to be username. This is going to be what? Email. Is also a type of string and required true. The last one is going to be password. This password is going to be a type of string and required true. Yeah. So that's it. Now, after creating this user schema, we have to export. We have to add this to our existing model, or we create a new model. So for that, we'll come here and say const user. This is our model now. This is the schema. This user schema is our model schema, but this user is our model. All right. This const user will be equal to what? It's going to be mongoose dot models dot user or mongoose dot model user, comma, then the user schema. Now, why do we do this? I see a lot of devs doing this, but they don't know why they are doing this. Why can't you just leave this as mongoose.models.user? Why do you have to put this or mongoose.model and then you add this user and the user schema? Why? Now let me explain this. This code here, mongoose.models.user, checks if the model named user, which is this one, if it exists. If it exists, then it doesn't do anything to avoid redefinition. Now, if it doesn't exist, that is when this other one happens. It creates a new model by using this mongoose.model, then you pass in the user and then the user schema. So that is just the simple explanation. Now, when you are done with your model definition, you can come here and export this, because we are going to be using this in our server.js. Export default, and then you pass in the user, just like this. And like this, you are done with the user schema, and you can go back to your server.js. And then we're going to start creating our sign up API. Now, you can see this our test API here, where I said subscribe to my channel. This is a get request, because we do not need anything from, we are not getting anything from the client, you get. But now we are going to be using, we are not accepting anything from the client, but for this sign up we are getting something from the client. So which means we are going to be using a post request, because after getting, we are going to be sending that response, you get. All right, so now we're going to say app.post, and then inside this, what is the URL of our sign up? We can call this anything we want, but to be more professional, we are going to be using /API and then sign up, just like this. This is going to be our URL, and then you pass in a sync function of request and response, just like this. Now we are expecting how many things from the front end? I've said this like 1,000 times. We're expecting 3 things from the front end, which is the username, the email, and password. So we have to get that from the body. So to do that, we are going to destructure it. Const username, email, and password. This will be what? This will be equal to the request.body. We are requesting this from the client. Now that we have gotten this username, email, and password, we are going to use this to do something. So before that, let me console.log it. Should I console.log it, or let's console.log the username, email, and password. So how do we get this? We are going to get this by taking this to Postman. Now we have a test clone here, a test stuff here, so we'll duplicate this. We are going to rename this to sign up. Rename sign up, just like this. This is not a get request. If you come here, you can see app.post. So we'll come here and call this a post request. Now we need the URL. The URL here is /API/signup, but don't forget that we have the HTTP localhost 5000 and then /API/signup, which is this URL we added here. Okay, now if we send this normally, we're not going to get anything. As you can see, we got a cannot destructure property username as it is undefined. That's because we didn't add anything. Now to add, we'll come to this body and then you go to raw. Now we pass in, we'll put a curly braces here, and then we need three things. First one is username. Let me make this bigger. First one is the username. So I can come here and say the username is going to be what? Let's say John. So this is like a testing of what, this is like a demo of what we're going to expect from the client. That is why we're using Postman to test. The next one is what? Email. Now the next, we're going to come here and say the value for the email is what? john@gmail.com. The final one is the password. And then we're going to call this one 1 2 3 4 5 6, just like this. And now if we send this request, we're going to see a console.log of the request. Let's see. We didn't get anything. That is because we didn't return anything to our server. So for that, I'm going to just come here and say return I'm coming. Let's see, wait. Why is it saying the body is undefined? Let's return something first. Return res dot, give it a status of 200, which means success. 200 is a success code, and then .json, and then you can pass in let's say the user will be let's call this done. So Ctrl S and let's see, send again, and they're saying I cannot send request. Okay, that is because Express is not getting any JSON code. So if you go here, all these things, this request.body, Express is not understanding it. So for us to make Express understand it, we are going to be needing what we call middlewares. So under this, you can come here and add your middlewares. So for Express to understand our JSON from the body, we have to use app.use, and you add express.json, just like this. Ctrl S, and now let's go back here and send this request. Let's send again. Okay, so let's solve this problem together. We are sending a JSON format of data here, and then we have made Express to be able to read JSON file here. So let's check our headers if we are actually okay. Yeah, so this is the problem. We have to tell Postman that we are dealing with a JSON type of file. So for that, we're going to come here and say content. In headers, you go to headers, and then you come here and say content dash type. So come here and say content type will be equal to application. The value is application slash JSON, just like this. And then you save this code so that our future request or testing, we will have that as well. Now if I click on send, it should work. Let me get, as you can see, user, it's returned user of and done. Now in our server we have john at gmail.com and then the password, which means that our API is working. Now let's continue building our API. So now that we have been able to get we can get rid of this. Now that we have been able to get the username, the email and password from our body, the next thing we have to do is to put this in a try and catch first. The try and catch block, let's get this return statement inside this try block, and then inside this try and catch we are going to make some few checks. So first thing, we need to make sure that the user entered the three information. So to do that, we are going to say if no username or no email or no password, any of them, we are going to come here and say what? Throw a new error, throw new error, and then you come here and pass in the information. All fields are required, just like this. Ctrl S. Now if the user enters all the information, we still need to do some checks. We need to check if the email already exists, because we are signing a new user up. We don't want the email, we don't want to sign up the same user again. So instead we'll check if the email exists. If it exists, they will tell the user that you already exist, you should probably go and log in or something. And then we're going to check if the username exists, because we don't, for this our application, we don't want a user to have two different username, because we're using the username for signing up. So we don't want, for signing in, that is logging in, we're using the username for signing in. So we don't want different users with the same username to avoid conflict. Alright, so we're going to do those checks now. So first one is the email check. So const email exists. How do we know that the user email exists? So we're going to come here and say const await, and then user from our model. Make sure you import that. Let's check if it has the JS. Yeah, models user.model.js. Yeah. So we're going to say await.user.find one. So find one user with this email gotten from our database. So find one user with the email gotten from the body, not from the database, from the body. So what this will do is that it will scan through our MongoDB database to check for that email, and if it exists, it's going to be true, and it's going to be false. So if it is true, so if there's already a user with the email, so if email exists, then we don't want the user to be able to sign up. So we're going to return a response of 400, return res.status of 400, status of 4. No, this is not meant to be a square bracket, it's meant to be a curly bracket. Yeah, res.status of 400, yeah, dot JSON. I'm going to give this a message, and then you can come here and say user already exists. If you want to add other information, that's fine. It's your app, so do anything you want to do with it. Now the next thing is the email. We're going to copy this, paste it here, and then we're going to come here and say if username exists, then away.user.find one. We're not going to be finding by the email. Instead, we're going to be finding by what? The username. Alright, the next thing, we're going to copy this if statement again, come under here and paste it. Now, not if email exists, but if username exists. And we're going to come here and say username is taken. Username is taken, comma, try another name. Just like this. Ctrl S. Now the next thing, why are we using a 400? This 400 is a bad request, and then it occurs when the server could not understand the request due to maybe invalid syntax or whatever. This is just a bad request code. Alright, the next thing. Now we do not want to store the user password just like that. This is a professional site, so we don't want any hacker to get into our database and then you see the plain password and the username just like that. No, we are going to hash the password. And how can we hash the password? We are going to be using a tool called bcryptjs. So we have to install that. Close your server here, Ctrl C, CLS, and then npm install bcryptjs, just like this. After installing, you can start your server again. Node.mon server.js. Now the next thing, since we have installed bcrypt, we are going to import it. Import bcryptjs from bcryptjs, just like this. And then under this, we are going to hash the password. How can we hash the password? We are going to come here and say const hashed password. This will be equal to await bcryptjs dot hash. And then what are we going to pass inside? We are going to pass in our plain password, which is sent from the user. In our case, for me, I added here, let me show you, 1 2 3 4 5 6. That was my password. So I'm going to pass in the password here, password, and then I'm going to pass in the salt. What is the salt? The salt is just like rounds, and it controls how many times bcrypt applies the hashing algorithm. So basically, more rounds is equal to a stronger hash, but then it will become slower. So 10 or 8 is a good default. It is secure and fast again for most apps, so that should be okay. Now that we have checked if the email exists, the username exists, and we have gotten a hashed password, the next thing, it only makes sense to save the user to our database. Now to save the user to our database, you can say const user doc, that is a user document, the saved one, will be equal to await and then user from MongoDB user.create, just as simple as this, and then you pass in what you want. Remember, we are expecting 3 things from the user, which is the username, the email, and the password. But remember, we are not storing the password from the user, we are storing the hashed password. So we are going to come here and say the password will be equal to the hashed password, just like this. Just like this. Alright, Now, so what does this do? A more explanation. So this creates a user document in our MongoDB database, and then he stores the hashed password, not the password. And then it is going to take all the information of that particular user and store it inside this user document. We are going to be using this user document for JWT stuff. Now, we are going to be working with JWT in this next side here. JWT, which stands for JSON Web Tokens. So we have to install that. We are going to use this to, after the user signs up, we are going to store the information in our cookies. So for that, we are going to come here and say npm install JSON Web Token, just like that, and we'll wait for it to get installed. After it has been installed, the next thing, we can start our server back, node-mon server.js, and then let's reduce this for more space. And now we have to import JSON Web Tokens. So we're going to come at the top here and say import JWT from JSON Web Token, just like that, and then back to our code here. This side for JWT, we are going to say if the user document exists. So we don't want to store any cookie if the user document does not exist. So we have to create the user first before storing the user cookie. Okay, so if the user document exists, we are going to come here and say const token will be equal to what? JWT dot sign. Now this JWT dot sign, it collects three things. JWT dot sign takes in three parameters, which is the payload, the secret, and then the options. So for us, our payload is going to be our ID. So we want this to be saved in our JWT signature. So we're going to put our user ID, our user document ID, which is user.id underscore ID. We are going to put it inside this ID, which means that when we are verifying our JWT token, we have access to this user document ID. That's our payload. And then for the secret, the JWT secret, we have to run that by ourselves. So we'll go to our file tab here. In our env file, under this port, you can come here and say JWT underscore secret. This is going to be anything of your choice. Just put anything that you know that nobody can crack. Just put some mixtures of letters and numbers. Ctrl S, and then you go back to your server.js, and then you come here and say what? process.env.jwt underscore secret, just like this. And then the final parameter, which is optional, is the options. Now for the options, we are going to give this an expires in parameter, expires in, and then this cookie should expire in 7 days, just like this. Ctrl S. Now what is the next thing we are going to do? The next thing, under this token, we are going to send the cookie to our client. So we are going to do that by saying res.cookie, and then we are going to name the cookie what? We are going to name the cookie token. You can call this anything you want, is your choice. And then you're passing the read token, which we've gotten from JWT, this token. You are going to pass it here. And the next thing, we are going to add some options. So we want this to be on a HTTP only cookie. HTTP, this will be true. And then secure, it should be secure only when the process.env.node underscore env. We don't have that in our env because Node has its own env by itself. Only when it is equal to production, that is when it should be secured. And then we're going to add a same site of strict, same site of strict. I think this is used to prevent XSS attacks or something. I've not really checked it that much. And then this should be okay. Control S. And now right now we are returning user and just done. If you go to your Postman, you are going to see it responded with user and done, but we don't want this. We want this to respond with our user document. So we're going to come here and say, instead of the user to be just done, we're going to say the user is going to be what? The user document. And also after this, we can pass in a message. This message is going to be what? User created successfully. Just like this. And now if there's any error, you catch the error and then you what? Respond with a status of 400 bad request, and then .json, 400.json, and then you pass in the message. You get the message. The message will be what? Error dot message. Just like this. Ctrl S, and now we have to test this. Now first thing we have to check is, let's see if we'll get anything when we do not enter our username, email and password. So back to our sign up stuff here. Let's reduce this. Let me remove this John and then let's send the request. It's still saying done. Let me save this and go to sign up here. Let me clear the response and then click on send. You are going to get all fields are required. That is because we didn't add any information. Now let's add information. John at gmail.com, and then for the password you can write 123456, and let's send this. We are still getting bad requests, and as you can see, secret or private key must have a value. Where is this coming from? Let's check our MongoDB first. Browse collections. Let's enter the user, and if you see, our information is stored successfully and our password is hashed as well. Now where is this issue coming from? Since our information stored, it means that the problem is not coming from anything concerning this user.create or anything concerning MongoDB. And if you look at the connection message, it says secret or private key must have a value. This issue is from JWT. So this is it. Instead of secret, I wrote secret. So Ctrl S, go back here, clear this response, and then let's name this let's call this Peter, and then this will be peter@gmail.com, and let's send the request again. As you can see, this worked perfectly. We've gotten our user information with the hashed password, the user ID, and then this message, user created successfully. And if you look at this here, this has increased to 1. Click on cookies and you are going to see this token. This means that we can use this to check if a user is logged in or not. So this is nice. The next we are going to work on is logging in. We have been able to create a user and store the user in our database here. The next we are going to work on is logging in. Logging in is quite straightforward. So What do we expect in logging in? We're expecting two things from the client, the username and the password. Then what are we going to do? We have to check if that username exists in our database. If it does not exist, then which means it is an invalid credential and we don't want that user, we are going to return the user back. We are going to give it a status of 400. Now if the user exists, let's say it passes the first check, we are going to check another, we are going to perform another check, which is we are going to check if the password is valid. Remember that our password is hashed, which means that we cannot just do a normal simple equality operator to make sure that the text is equal to the text in our database. No, that won't work. We have to use bcrypt to compare sync. Then after that, we are going to check the JWT stuff and give the user a new token. You get? So let's just work it out, and by the time we are coding this, you are going to understand this better. Back in server.js, we are going to go under the let's close this. Under this one, we are going to create a new request, a new API, app.post, and then we're going to call this one /API/login, just like this, passing the async function, request and response, just like this. Now, just like we did for the sign up, we are going to get the username and the password. So const username password. This will be gotten from what? Yeah, you got it right. Request dot body, just like this. Now the next thing, of course, try and catch block, and now we're going to find the user document in our database based on the username. So for that, we're going to say const user document will be equal to await user, which is from our MongoDB, dot find one, and then you pass in what? The username, just like this. Now under this, we are going to perform an if statement if no user document. So if it is false, if we do not get any user with that username, we are going to return res, give it a status of 400, and then we are going to say .json. We are going to give it a message of invalid credentials, just like this. Now if the user exists, which means that this check will be passed, under this we are going to check if the password the user entered is valid. Now how are we going to do that? We are going to come here and say const is password valid. We are going to come here and we are going to use bcrypt to compare the two passwords, the one the user entered and the one in our user database. So for that, we are going to say await bcryptjs dot compare sync, and then you pass in the password which the user entered from the body, from the client, and then you have to compare it with the user document dot password, the one which is in our database, just like this. Ctrl S, and then we are going to perform the if statement just like we did for the user document, for the username stuff. So if no password, so if it is not valid, if the password is not valid, we are going to come here and return the same thing, invalid credential. So we can just copy this and paste it here, just like this. Now after we're done with this check, we are going to come under here and perform JWT functions, just like we did with the user with the sign up API. We are going to just come here and copy this, it will be better. So JWT, come here, let's copy everything down to here. We can close this back, and then for this JWT we paste it. So if user document, then the token will be JWT.sign the ID, process the secrets, and then the options. Then you pass in the request, you send the cookie to our client, and then the user will be user doc and the message will be logged in successfully, just like this. And if there's any error, we can just come here also and copy the error message, Ctrl C, and then we'll come here, paste it here, and also we can add an additional console.log and say error logging in, and then you pass in the error dot message, just like this. So now let's test this out using Postman. We'll go to our Postman here. Remember, we're expecting two things, username and password. So let's duplicate this sign up, duplicate, and then we can rename this, let's delete this one, rename this one. We're going to call this one log in, just like this. It's going to be a post request. And now let's check the /API/login. Copy this URL. Instead of /API/sign up, you come here and put /API/login. And then for the body, we don't need the email, we just need the username and the password. Now let's say we are John, but we didn't enter John where we wrote John 123, and then we click on send. We are getting cannot post. Okay, our API this is wrong, so let's run this again. As you can see, invalid credentials. That's because this John does not exist. Let's say we put in John and then we put in the wrong password by adding 7, and you click on send. As you can see, invalid credentials. Now let's put the correct information, John, and the password 123456, and you click on send. Is John not a user? Let's click on send. Let's clear the response and click on send. It's getting 200 okay, but it's not returning anything. What could be the problem? Let's see. Send. Okay, so there was nothing wrong. If I click on send, nothing shows, but if I change the tab and go back to the body, it's going to show. So I think it's a problem of Postman. But as you can see, we have the ID, the username, and the email. We've gotten the exact information. Alright, so this is nice. So we can log in successfully, and if you check the cookie, you can see that the token is still there. Now the next thing we're going to work on is getting a user, because how do you, like, after logging in, when you refresh a page, the information of the user leaves the state. So how do we preserve that in a state? So we need a fetch user API, which is going to fetch our user anytime the front end runs the use effects code, so that it will get the user information immediately the browser or the window reloads. You get? So that is the API we're going to work on next. So we'll go to server.js. Let's close this login, close this sign up, and then under both of them we're going to create this one is going to be a get request, because we're not getting any information from the client. We are just responding the information. I don't know if you get. So app.get, and then this is going to be /API /fetch -user. So this is a get request because we are not posting anything. We don't get the username or password from the browser or anything. We don't interact like that. We just need the information. Finish. So async and then request response. And then we need to get the token from the cookies, because that is the only way we can know if a user is logged in or not. It is by that token in the cookies. So to get that, we are going to extract it from request.cookies. So we destructure token from request.cookies, just like this. Next, we are going to come here and say if no token, which means that the user is not logged in. We are going to come here and say return response.status of 401, and then you come here and say .json, give this a message of no token provided, just like this. Ctrl S, and then you can have a try and catch block. You can have a try and catch block under the if statement, try catch, and inside the try block we have to decode the token we've gotten, because a user can want to hack their way inside here and then add this token inside the token field in the client. It's possible. So we don't want any tokens to count as a token. So we want to decode to be sure that that token is from JWT by using that our secret. So we can come here and say const decoded will be equal to JWT.verify. And then what are we going to pass? We're going to pass in the token which we have gotten from the client, and then you pass in your secret to be sure that yes, that token is based on that your secret. So process.env.jwt_secret. Yeah, just like this. And if we come here and say if no decoded, if it is not verified, and then that means the token is invalid. So we can just we can just return response of, give it a status of 401 as well, and .json give it a message of invalid token, just like this. Now the next thing we are going to do, we are going to get the user information based on this JWT. Remember that we stored the user ID in JWT. Let me show you. In login here, when we signed our JWT, we said the ID of JWT should be equal to what? The user document.id, which means that we have the ID stored as a payload in our JWT, and now we're going to use that ID to get the user information. So we're going to say const user document will be equal to await user dot find by ID, and then we're going to pass in the decoded, which is the JWT stuff, .id, just like that. Now we need all the information of the user without the user password. We don't want the user password to be showing on the client, because we're going to be using this stuff on the client, so we don't want the user password to show on the client. So to remove the password from the information, we're going to say .select and then select all minus password. This is just a way to do this in Mongoose. Very easy. So you find all the field except the password. So next, if no user, let's say the token exists in the client cookie and then we decode it and it's true, but there's no user. So what are we going to do? So not username, rather, if no user doc, we are going to return res.status, status of 400, bad request, and .json. We are going to give this a message of no user found, just like this. Then if all these checks are complete, we are going to come here and say return, or we don't need to put the return, we can just come here and say res.status, status of 200, which is a successful code, and .json. You pass in the user should be user document, just like this. Now if there's any error, we can just come here and say console.log error in fetching user, just like this, and then you can come here and pass in the error.message. And for other purpose, we can just return response.status, status of 400, and .json, passing the message of error.message, just like this. Ctrl S, and we need to create, let's duplicate this, duplicate, and we can rename this to fetch user, just like this. And now this fetch user is not going to be a post request, so this is going to be a get request. And then what is the URL? /API /fetch user. So we're going to come here and change that. And then we don't need anything from the body, so we can clear everything from the body. What we just need is the cookie. So let's check if we have any cookie inside. Let's check. So we have one cookie, which is that token. So let's fetch the user now based on that cookie. So let's send, and we have gotten an error. So I don't know why I've gotten error. Okay, yeah. So cannot destructure the property of token from request.cookies as it is undefined. That is because Node.js can also not read cookies without us installing the cookie parser package. So that is one thing about this channel. We're going to show you. We're not going to just install packages and you don't know what they are for. You're just copying code. No, we're going to show you everything step by step while we are installing each packages. So yeah, like and subscribe. Let's continue. Ctrl C, CLS, and then I can install the cookie parser package and npm install cookie -parser, just like this. After installing this, we can come here and start our server again. node-mon server.js, just like this. And then we'll go back to our server.js code here. At the top, we have to import cookie parser, import cookie parser from cookie parser, and then for this middleware, we are going to add in the cookie parser middleware. So app.use, and then you come here and say cookie parser, just like this. Ctrl S, and back to our fetch user API. Let's reduce this one. Now we can clear the response and click on send. As you can see, we have gotten the user, the ID, the username. The user which had this token is John. Alright, so we can clear the token. If we clear this token now and we clear this response and you click on send, you can see no token provided. For us to get this token back, we have to go and log in. So let me log in. Go to body, and now let me don't log in as John. Let me see if I logged in as Peter, and then I click on send. Now this is Peter logged in successfully, and if I go to my cookies, you will see this token here. This token is for only Peter. Now if I fetch user, I will get Peter. As you can see, this is Peter. So yeah, as you can see, this is really nice. You don't really need Chrome to test your API. You can work on your API, you can work on your server code and test your API at the same time in just your VS Code. So right now, as you can see, 90% of backend, we have written it inside this VS Code, and I just like teaching full stack development this way: front end separate, back end separate, and then we connect everything together. That is like 3 parts. So yeah, that is my pattern of teaching. If you like it, please comment below so that I will know that yes, I teach people who enjoy this pattern of teaching. If you want me to working on it together, let me know as well, and I will change my teaching pattern. Everything, I will do it for you guys. Yeah, thank you. Subscribe again. Thank you. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do now is logging out. I think that's the final thing. We have to, since we are able to sign in, we have been able to fetch a user. The next thing is to log out. Logging out is the most easy one, is the easiest one, and we can do that by just clearing the cookie. So this, it's going to be a post request. I just come here and say app.post, and then API/logout, just like this, and then you pass in the async request response, just like this, and then the only thing you need to do is just to clear the cookie. So just say rest.clear cookie, and then what are you going to pass? You pass in the name of the cookie. The name of our cookie is what? Token. So just like this, you have logged out. Yeah, it's pretty it. And then you can just return a response.status of, let's say, 200, which is success, and a JSON of message. I don't know, I keep spelling message wrongly. Message of logged out successfully. Just like this, Ctrl S, and now it's going to be why is this a post request? Ctrl S, it should change to get request. Yeah. Now let's duplicate this login. We can just duplicate anyone, really. Just duplicate this one. And you can rename this, rename to logout, just like this, and then we'll go to server.js here, copy this link /API/logout, Ctrl C, go to logout, and then you paste it here. And now if you click on send, you should see logout successfully. Okay, cannot get API. Remember that this is a post request, so I have to come here and change this to a post request, and then click on send. As you can see, logged out successfully. If we go to our cookies tab, you will see no cookies received from the server. Go here and you can see 0 cookies. Now if we want to fetch user, we won't have any user to fetch because no token provided. So with this, you are done with the backend. Wow, this is nice. Like, we have been able to sign up, log in, fetch a user back from the database, log out, test everything using Postman. This is a big milestone achieved if you don't know. This is nice. Like nice. You're a backend dev like this. Alright. So the next part, we are going to be focused on linking our front end with this our backend code to make sure that everything works simultaneously. In the last video, we were able to create the sign up API, the login API, the fetch user API, and the logout API, and we were also able to test this using Postman. Alright, in this part, we are going to be connecting the front end to the back end. But before we start, just a little observation. The git ignore we copied from the front end did not involve the .env, so we can manually add it over here. So .env, and you save it. Now, as you can see, it is gone. It's gone from the GitHub stuff. Okay, now the next thing, since we are working with two things now, we are going to be dealing with the front end and the back end. We are going to work on them together. So for the back end, we can just cd into the back end, and we use node.js server.js to start it. Now we also need the front end to be running at the same time. How do we do that? We are going to come over here, this icon here, split terminal, you click on it. And now you can cd ... Now we go to the front end, cd front end, click on enter, and then cls. Now you can run your front end code, npm run dev. And I just got this error from MongoDB. Error connecting to MongoDB, could not access. Yeah, we're going to get this error eventually, but I wanted to show you the error first before fixing it so that you understand why we are fixing it. Like I said, that is the purpose of this channel. We are going to show you a lot of errors because in your professional journey in development, you are going to be facing a lot of errors, and you should know how to fix errors. So as you can, if you look at this error, you can see could not connect to any servers in your MongoDB Atlas. One of the reasons is you are trying to access the database from an IP that is not whitelisted. Now, as you can see, take note of the key notes from an IP that is not whitelisted. To fix this, we are going to go to MongoDB, and then this sidebar here, you scroll down to network access, and then you click on it. Now you can see we are going to add a new IP address. So add IP address, and then you click on allow access from anywhere, because we are going to be deploying this also to render, and render will need access to the database, so we have to allow access from anywhere, and then you click on confirm. Now you wait for the status to become active. Just wait a little while. As you can see, it has become active, and now we can go back to our code, our terminal, close this, Ctrl C, cls to clear, and then node.mon server.js. Yeah, fixed, MongoDB connected. Alright, we can go into our front end to make sure that our front end is working as well. Alright, as you can see, it's working. Yeah, and then I can click on sign in, where we have the sign in page, and we are going to work in on the sign up first. So first thing first, we are going to create a simple function which is going to handle this sign up. So when we click on this, first thing first, we are going to display the information which we've gotten from the user to our browser console, and then if that is successful, we are going to start working with Zustand so that we can create a global state and store the user to our database. Alright, back in our code, let me reduce this and then close all. Go into the front end, into SRC, pages, sign up. Now we can create the function. So I'm going to come here and say const handle submit, or I can say handle sign up, any one of your choice, and then put in the e here and e dot prevent default, and then console dot log, just put in the username, or I can just put everything there, username, email, and password. Yeah, just like this. Control S, and then you carry this handle sign up, Control C, go into this form, and then on submit handle sign up, Control S, and then you go back to your browser, click on inspect so that we can see the values. And then let's put in something here. Let's say John at gmail.com, and the password 123456. Click on sign up. As you can see, we've gotten that John at gmail.com and 123456, so which means that our code is working well. Now the next thing is to create the Zustand store. Alright, so first thing, we have to install Zustand and Axios, because we are going to be using Axios for our API calling, because it is better for Zustand. Yeah, so it doesn't, you will see what I'm talking about. So let's close our front end here, terminate, yes, CLS, and we're going to install npm install Zustand and Axios. After installing, you can start up your server again, npm run dev, and we can close this. Now for the Zustand, inside the source folder, we are going to create a new folder. We're going to call this one store. This is where we're going to add our Zustand store, and then the name of our store is going to be auth.store.js, just like this. Now, why are we using Zustand? So in a React application, we often use use states to manage the component state. But now what happens when the components need to share the same state? Just like in our case, authentication. Once the user logs in, we want to show their name on the navbar and maybe protect the route. But we want all of this in different components. So that is where Zustand come in. Zustand is lightweight. Let me show you their official website. Zustand. So as you can see, Zustand is very lightweight, and if you look at this, their documentation, like this is the shortest documentation I've seen. Look at this. The introduction. First thing you do is to install Zustand, create your store, and then use it to your component. It's as simple as that. You get. Now let's go back to our code, and just like Redux, it's also used for global state stuff. But in Redux, you need different boilerplate like reducers, action, provider. But this one in Zustand, you just create a store using plain JavaScript, and then any component can access it. Alright, so first thing we do is to import create from Zustand, import create from Zustand, just like this. And then the next thing we're going to do is to create the store. So we're going to come here and say export const, and then the name of the store, which we're going to call use auth store, and then you use the create function from Zustand, create, and then you pass in set. This is going to return, first thing, we are going to have our initial state. This is our initial state, just like your normal React state. We are going to pass in our initial state. Now for the initial state, our user is going to be null at first, and then its loading will be false, and error will be null, message will be null, and then fetching user, this one will be true. This is our initial state, and after this one we're going to have our functions. So just like your normal React use state, where you have your initial state and then your setter state. All right, so now for the function, the first thing, we are working with the sign up here, so we need to have the sign up function. So sign up, and they are going to say this is going to be an async function, because we're working with the database, of course, so we need it to be async. And then remember, in sign up here, we're expecting three things: the username, the email, and password. So we're going to expect that as well: username, email, and password, just like this. And then you return the object, and the next we're going to do is to set the state that we want. So first thing, we're going to set, while we call this function, we're going to set its loading. Its loading is going to turn to true, because you know initially it is set to false. So when this function is called, we are going to set it to true, and then the message is still going to be null, just like this. Now we're going to put a try and catch block after this, try catch, and in the try block we are going to say const response will be equal to await Axios. Make sure, let's import that. So we need Axios, import Axios from Axios, just like this. So await Axios dot post. Remember, in our server, let me show you, in server.js, the sign up is using the post HTTP request, so we need to use that as well in our store. So if it is this fetch user where we have get, we are going to be using Axios.get. So that's why we're using the post, and then we are going to pass in the API URL just the same way we did that when testing. So when we tested, we passed in the API URL for this. So I can just copy this, come over here, paste it, and then the API URL is sign up, so sign up, just like that. And then we have to pass in the body. Our server.js, the sign up is expecting, let me show you, the sign up is expecting the username, the email, and password from the body, so you have to give it that. So you pass in the username, the email, and the password, just like this. Next, we are going to set the state to the final value of what we want. So set, and then the user will be what? Response dot data dot user. So you might be asking, where are we getting this response dot data dot user from? First off, response dot data is from this Axios. Axios stores what you return from your server or from your backend inside response.data, and then where do we get this user from? Back to server.js, where we returned the code. Yeah, so we returned the response of JSON user, which is equal to this user document. So this is the user which we are getting from the response. So response.data.user, and then we say it's loading. Since we have gotten what we want, it's loading will be what? False. Just like this. Now if there's any error, we are going to come here and say set is loading. Is loading will be what? False. And then error will be what? Error will be error dot response dot data dot message. Or if that didn't work, we're going to just hard code the error signing up, just like this. Now how are we going to get this error dot response dot message? We have to throw the error. So under this, you just come here and say what? Throw error, just like this. Now believe me or not, we are done with this sign up function, and we can go ahead into signup.jsx to test this. Now we are going to put this in a try and catch to avoid any issues. So we can get rid of this console.log statement here, and then put a try and catch block. A try and catch block, and then inside this try block, we are going to say await. We are going to get the sign up first. Sorry, let's get the function from our store. So I can say const extract the sign up function, extract the sign up, extract the loading state, and then you extract the error. All this is going to be extracted from use auth store. Make sure you import that from /store/auth store. Alright, now we can go ahead and say await sign up, and remember, sorry, I'm having a problem here. We are using the await keyword. We should make this a sync. Yeah. Alright, so await sign up, and remember in auth.js, the sign up is accepting this username, email, and password. So we can just copy this, come over here, and then you paste it there. It's accepting the username, email, and password. Now when we are done signing up, we should go back to the home page, and for that we are going to be needing the navigate hook from React router. So const navigate, this should be equals to use navigate from React router. Yeah, use navigate from React router. Oh, we already have that, so can get rid of this, and then I'm just going to come here and say navigate to the home page after signing up. just like that. Now if there's any error, you can just console.log the error, just like this. Now we have to use the error state and the is loading state. So this error and is loading, we are going to use that inside our component. For our button, it should be disabled anytime it is loading. So disabled should be is loading. Alright, and now just above the button, we can display our error if there's any error. So we are going to be using conditional rendering. So error, and give this a p tag, and then you show the error just like this. You can style this error a little, so you can just come here and say class name. We'll give this text dash red of 500. Ctrl S. Now let's check whether this will work. So back to our code, let's refresh, and now we can test this. Let's call this one Joe, and then joe@gmail.com, and then for Joe password I'm going to say the same thing, 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then click on sign up. And now of course we are going to get this error. I've been waiting for this since so that I can explain. Okay, so this happens because the browser sees that you are trying to access it from a different origin. So if you look at our origin here, you can see that this is localhost 5173, but our backend origin is localhost 5000. You can see that that is a different origin, so it blocks the request because of security, and that security is called CORS, which stands for Cross Origin Resource Sharing. So what happens? The browser sends a pre-flight option to the backend asking like a simple request like, can I send this request from the origin? And then the backend did not reply with the required CORS header. So the browser cancels the request. Now how do we fix it? The browser blocks any request until the server explicitly allows them. So which means that we have to go back to our server and allow this 5173 to be able to access our database or our server stuff. Alright, so let's go back to our code, and in this backend folder, first thing first, we have to go to .env to add our client URL. So client underscore URL. Now we'll go back to Chrome to copy this URL here, Ctrl C, and then you can paste it here. This should be equal to, so http localhost 5173, can get rid of the extra slash there. Now you save this, and then in server.js we are going to be needing CORS, so we have to install that. So Ctrl C to close your server code, CLS, and then npm install CORS, just like this. You wait for it to get installed. After it has been installed, you can start your server back by saying node-mon server.js, and then you can close this. Now the next thing, we are going to import the CORS which we just installed. So import CORS from CORS, just like this. And now where we have our middlewares, we are going to add in the CORS as well. So app.use, and then CORS, you call that, and now we're going to pass in the origin, which is what we want to accept. And then remember that in our .env we've added this client URL, so I can just copy this client URL, Ctrl C, go to server here and say process.env dot client URL, just like this, and then you can pass in the credentials as true, just like this. Yeah. And one more thing, in our auth store, where we called Axios, we are not passing the credentials with it, which means that we are not going to send the cookie from the front end to the back end, or we're not going to store the cookie or something like that. So for us to be able to do something like that, we are going to need this line at the top. So we're going to come here and say Axios dot default dot with credentials, this will be equal to true, just like this. Now this is good when your front end and back end are on different domains. Just like for us, the front end is on localhost 5173 and the back end is on localhost 5000. So this will instruct Axios to include credentials just like cookies and authorization headers in every HTTP request made from the front end to the back end. So which is why we need this line. So you save this, and then we can let's refresh. And then we can come here and say joe at gmail.com and the password 123456. Click on sign up, and as you can see, we have been redirected to the home page, which means that this stuff worked well. And now we can check the cookie by going to application and going to cookie. As you can see, we have this token here, which is this value, so which means that the token is stored here. And then we can go to our MongoDB, go into these clusters to check if the user is actually signed up. Browse collections, and 1 of 3, and yeah, this is joe at gmail.com, and the password, which is hashed. Perfect. So with this, we have been able to sign up a user. The next we are going to do is logging in a user, which is this sign in over here. All right, so that is the next thing we are going to do. Okay, for the login, it is going to follow the same pattern with our sign up. All right, so we'll just go under this sign up here. We can just close this sign up, and then under this sign up, you create the login, which you are going to call login, and then async. What are we going to expect from the login? Let's go back to our front end, and you can see that we're expecting two things: username and the password. So we'll go to our code here, and then we'll pass in the username and the password, just like this, and then your arrow function. Now initially we're going to set its loading is going to be true. That is, immediately we call the function, its loading should be true, and then the message should be null, and then the error should be null as well. Now after this, we are going to put a try and catch statement, just like the sign up, try catch, and then inside the try statement, we are going to get our response. Const response will be equal to await Axios dot post. And now inside here, we are going to add in our API URL. But if you look at, let's go to our postman. If you look at this login here, you can see that this is HTTP localhost 5000/API/login. And if you look at the sign up API URL, you are going to see that it is exactly the same thing, just this thing here, this sign up, that changes with this login. So which means that instead of us typing out all this stuff, we can actually just go at the top, and then we can get our API URL that we can reuse. Alright, so under this you can just come here and say const API underscore URL. This will be equal to http colon slash slash, let's go back here, copy this, and then come here and place it here, just like this. Now Ctrl S, and then for our sign up, we are going to get rid of this one, and then you put in template URL here, template literal rather, and then you put your $sign and you pass in the API URL, just like this. Ctrl S, and then for the, you can close this back. And for the login, we are going to do the same thing. You put your template literal, $sign and curly braces, passing the API underscore URL, and then you come here slash login. And now after passing the URL, the next thing we have to do is to pass in the body. So for that, we're going to put a comma here, put in curly braces, and pass in what we're going to expect, which is the username and the password, just like this. Now here is going to be a little bit different from our sign up. If you look at the sign up, after getting the response, immediately we set it. But for this login, we are going to do something different, because we want a message back from the response. So for that, we are going to just come here and say const. We are going to extract the user and the message. We are going to extract it from the response.data. This will be equal to response.data, just like this. And now we can set, we are going to set the, we are going to set the user. You know, we can say the user should be equal to user, but we don't really need that. We can just make it only one. We can say the user, and then the message, and its loading will be false, just like this. And then after this, after setting it, we are going to return it. This is what we are going to use to get it from our client. So return user and message, just like this. Now for the error, we can just go to the sign up here and copy this error, this catch error, and paste it here. And this will not be error signing up, instead it will be error logging in, just like this. Ctrl S. So now after doing this one, we are going to go to our login page, which is this one, sign in page, and then we are going to get our login from our auth store. So we are going to get the username and login from the auth store. Alright, so we can get rid of this console.log. My mouse is having issues, but we can get rid of this console.log. Alright, and then const, this will be equal to use auth store. Make sure you import that from your store. And then what are we going to get? We are going to get the login, the loading state, and the error state, just like that. Login is loading, and the error state, just like this. And now we are going to create a handle login function, just like we did with the sign up. So handle login, const handle login. This is going to be an async function, async, passing the event, and the arrow function is complete. Dot prevent default, just like this. And now you can add in your try catch block, try and catch statement. And in the try statement, we are going to say await login, and then we pass in what are we going to pass in? We're going to pass in the username and the password, just like this. Now after logging in, immediately we are going to go to the home page. So navigate back to the home page, and then if there's any error, we'll just console.log the error, just like this. Now we're going to go to the button, and then inside the button we're going to say it should be disabled only when it is loading. So disabled when it's loading. And at the top of this button we are going to add in the error. So if there's an error, we're going to add this conditional statement, error, and then we're going to say if there's an error, we're going to display this, we're going to display the error, just like this. And then to show that this is an error, we're going to give it a class name of text-red of 500, Ctrl S. And to call the function, we're just going to come here and say on submit handle login, just like this, Ctrl S. Now we can go to our code here, and then let's just display a console.log, which is going to say console.log logged in. And let's inspect. Let's go to our console, clear everything, and now let's add John and the password 123456, sign in. As you can see, logged in, and we have been taken back to the home page. But now let's sign in again, and let's put in a wrong stuff. So John 12345, sign in, and you can see invalid credentials. But it won't make sense displaying this logged in, this console in the console. Instead, we should display a toast notification. And now how do we do something like that? We're going to be using a package called React Hot Toast. So in our front end here, you close it, Ctrl C, terminate batch job Y, and press enter, CLS npm install react-hot-toast, and click on enter. Okay, so now that it has been installed, we are going to start our terminal, our server again, npm run dev, and we can reduce this. And for us to be able to use React Hot Toast, we have to go to our app.jsx here and tell it that we want to start using the toast notification in our application. So we are going to use this toaster component, toaster, import that from React slash let's import that, import toaster from react-hot-toast, just like this, Ctrl S, and then you go back to sign in. And instead of console logging this, you can just come here and say toast, import that from react-hot-toast. Yes, so toast.success and then you can just come here and say, and we're going to get, let's get the message from login. Remember that in our auth store we returned the user and the message, so we can get that message from the login. So we can just say const extract the message. This will be equal to await login, and then you can just say toast.success the message, just like this. Ctrl S, and then back to our code here. Let's refresh. Back to our code here, we can just come here and say John, and then 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's press sign in. We didn't get anything, and there's this weird stuff here. We got 2 here, so let's go back to app.jsx or sign in. Ctrl S. Where is this 2 coming from? 5. Or let's see. Seven. What is happening? Okay, so I think the problem is coming from how we imported this. This is meant to be wrapped in a coily braces. So let's wrap this. Yeah. So Ctrl S, and let's go back. Let's refresh. And let's try to sign in again. Username John, password 1 2 3 4 5 6, sign in, and you can see this logged in successfully. Yeah. All right, so with this we are done with the login page, and we are going to make some changes to our navigation bar to indicate that we are actually signed in. All right, so that's what we are going to do next. Now that we are logged in, let's go to our navigation bar, click on this, and then we can get our user state from our auth store. So const user, we are going to get this from use auth store, and with this user we can make conditional statement where we have our sign in button, which is here. We are going to wrap this in coily braces, and then we are going to say if no user, that is when we are going to show the sign in button. Else, if there is a user, we can just come here and show a div with the username div. Let's come here with the username, which should be user dot username, just like this, and then we can say the text, give it a class name text white. So Ctrl S, and let's see if we've gotten this stuff. Yeah, as you can see, we have John over here. Now there's an issue. You can see that there's John here, but if I refresh this, we should still be signed in. But if you look at the John is gone, which means that we actually signed in, but our state of being signed in is being removed after we refresh. So which means that we have to work on preserving our state even if we refresh the page until we click on logout. Our state of being signed in should still remain. So we should work on that right now. So for us to do that, we have to go to app.jsx, and then we're going to be using use effect to get the state back immediately the browser opens. So for that, we're going to come here and say const get the fetch user and is fetching user, but we haven't created that yet. So let's just say fetch user, and let's call this fetching user. We're going to get this from use auth store. Now we don't have fetch user yet. We don't have this function. So let's go to use auth store and create that. Let's go to auth store, and then we can close this login. We can close the login, and then we'll just come here and say fetch user. This will not we're not going to be passing any stuff here. We're just going to use this to fetch a user. So we're not going to be using any username and password. Let's not forget the async, the arrow function, and then here we're going to say set fetching user. This is going to be true initially. So once this function is called, it's going to set fetching user to true, and then the error will be null, just like this. And now after this, as usual, we are going to come here and put the try and catch block, just like this. And in the try statement, we are going to get our response, const response. This will be equal to await Axios dot get. Remember that in our, let's go to our postman where we have this fetch user API here. Let this load. As you can see, this is a get request, and if you go to the body, we are not actually getting, we're not passing any information in the body, which is why here is empty. We don't really need anything. So axios.get template strings and your $ API underscore URL, and then slash fetch dash user, just like this. Ctrl S, and then under this we're going to come here and just say set. We're just going to refresh the state. User will be response dot data dot user, just like this. And then we're going to stop fetching for the user since we've gotten the user. So fetching user will be false. And then for the error, you can just come to this login here, copy this catch statement here, and we can paste it here. Now this will not be error login. This should be error logging in, not logging up. Error logging in, and we are going to change this to error fetching user or something like that. So Ctrl S, and we can go back to our app.jsx where we have this auth store. Back to app.jsx, and now we are going to be using the use effect. So use effects, make sure you import that from React, passing the callback function, and then we are going to come here and say fetch user, just like this. And we are going to pass in the fetch user as the dependency, just like this. And we are going to add a loading state. So if we are fetching the user, which means that we haven't gotten a user yet. So if we're fetching a user, we're going to return a p tag, which is just going to say loading, just like this. Ctrl S, and then let's come here. As you can see, John, and if you refresh, you are going to see John again. So with this, our state is being fetched. Even though we refresh the page, we still have our information, our user information there. Alright, so now let's continue. Let's go back to our navbar so we can continue building our navbar. But first, let's clear all this. So right click and close all, go to the front end, and in source folder, in component where we have the navbar. So here is where we are going to be working on next. So back in our navigation bar, we don't want this if we're signed in, we don't want this to just be the username. It doesn't look fine. So we want an image, and to get that image, we want a dynamic type of image, which is going to use the initials of our user. So to get that, we're going to be using the DiceBear API. So just come here, dicebear.com/how-to-use/http-api, and then if you scroll, you're going to see different APIs of different type of art that you can use. But we are not going to be using this art. Instead, we're going to be using initials. But you can just come here and play around with it, and you will see that it is nice. Just look at this API. You are going to see this seed here, this seed. So we're going to be using this seed to dynamically change the initial based on the username. Alright, so let's go back to our code, and at the top here, we can just come here and write const avatar URL. This will be equal to if there's a user question mark. If there's a user, we're going to add in the template string here, https://api.dicebear.com/7.x/ like I said, we're going to be using the initials /svg question mark, and this is where you add in your seed. Now for the seed, you can just add in the username, but we need to encode this because your username sometimes might have space. So for that we have to encode this. So to encode, we are going to just come and say encode URI component, and then you do what? You pass in the user.username, just like this. And then if there is no user, we are going to add in the colon. If no user, outside of this, if there is no user, we're just going to return an empty string, just like this. Now that we have gotten our avatar URL, we can go down, and then we're going to use just under this div, we're just going to come and add the image tag img, and then for the source, we're going to call the source should be avatar URL. Ctrl S, and let's see what we've got. We didn't see anything. Alright, let's add width and height. So class name, give it a width of, let's say, 10 and a height of 10. Ctrl S, and let's see. Yeah, as you can see, we've gotten JO, which stands for John. Now let's style this a little bit. So width of 10, height of 10, we can give this rounded of full, and a border of 2 with a border color of our normal Netflix color, border hash E5 0914, just like this, and then cursor dash pointer, Ctrl S, and let's see. Yeah, looks nice. Now when we click on this, we want a drop down should come here where we'll have our settings, help page, and maybe a help button, and maybe a logout button. So let's work on that. To do that, we are going to be using our initial image here. We are going to be using this as a state, which is going to, as a toggle state, which is going to open the drop down and close that, and close the drop down. All right, so let's go at the top here and create that state. So we're going to come here and say const show menu, comma, set show menu. This will be equal to use state, and then we're going to say this is going to be let's get rid of this equal to const show menu, set show menu, and we're going to say this will be initially set to false. Yeah, and then when it is clicked, when that image is clicked, we're going to come here and say on click, we're going to toggle it. So we're going to say set show menu to be show menu, not show menu. So this is how you toggle something in React. Yeah, then under this, not under the div, under the image tag, we are going to create a conditional statement. So show menu, and then we can add in a div here. So this div, you can just put a p tag, which is going to say settings, Ctrl S, and let's see if it will work. All right, it didn't work. I'm thinking it's from this, so let's turn this to a callback function. Yeah, Ctrl S, and let's see. Yeah, okay, so when we click on this, you can see settings. You click back on it and it will go away. Click on it, settings, click back on it and it will go away. So that's what we want. All right, so now let us design the menu. All right, so we're not going to be having these settings. Instead, we're going to be having multiple divs, or no, we're not going to have multiple divs. We're going to be having a div and multiple buttons. Yeah, so the first thing, we're going to have a div here. Yeah, and this div, we're going to add in a span, and this span is going to contain what? This is going to contain the user email, the username rather, user.username. And then we're going to have another span under this span, and this one is going to contain the user email. So user.email. Let's see, Ctrl S. Let's click on this, and John, and then john@gmail.com. All right. Now back to our code. After this div, we are going to have a button, button, have a button, and then inside this button, we are going to have an icon, help circle from lucid-react, and then we are going to say help center, just like this. And then we can duplicate this, Ctrl C, Ctrl V, and then instead of help circle, we are going to have settings, and we are going to change the name to settings. And then after this one, we're going to have a button. And this one is going to have logout from Lucid React, and then log out, just like this. Let me leave a space between them. Ctrl S, Ctrl S, and then let's see. Yeah. So now let's style this a little bit. So for the container div, we're going to give this a class name of absolute. Did we make anything relative? Let's see. Alright, so let's just continue coding. Make this absolute and give it a right of 0, just like this, and then a margin top of 2 with a width of 64, and then let's give it a grayish background. So hash 232323, just like this, and then give it a background opacity of 95, and rounded -LG. Let's save. Let's see what we've got. Yeah, it is showing under. Alright, so to fix that, we're going to be using I think Z index. So let's say Z of 50, Ctrl S, and then it should come up. Yeah. Alright, that's nice. Let's continue designing. Let's give this a shadow of LG, shadow dash LG, and padding in the y direction of 4, padding in the x direction of 3, and then make it flex, Ctrl S. Yeah, and then it should be in the column direction, flex dash col, and let's see. Yeah, this is already looking nice. Okay, after that, what do we have next? We're going to give it a gap of 2, and border color, give it a border color of hash 333333, just like this. Ctrl S, and let's see. Yeah, nice. Alright, so after that, this span tag here, the div for that, so we're going to give it a class name. We're going to make it flex, but it's going to be in the column direction, flex dash col, and Ctrl S, and let's see that breakdown. Yeah, John is on another line. Yeah. Now after that, after flex dash col, we're going to center this items dash center, and margin bottom of 2. Ctrl S, let's see. Yeah, better. And for the individual text, we're going to give it a class name. Text dash white is already white, and font dash semi-bold, text dash base for the username. Ctrl S. Alright, then for the username, give it a class name. Give it a very small text dash xs, and text dash gray of 400. Ctrl S, and you should see that now. Yeah, very small text, really nice. Now for our button, we're going to give this button a class name. Give it a class name of flex, and items dash center. Control S, let's see. Yeah, this one is okay. And let's continue designing that. Give it a padding in the x direction of 4, padding in the y direction of 3, and rounded dash LG, text dash white, BG of hash 181818, and when hovered on, give it a background color of hash 1D 1C 1C, just like this, and give it a gap of 3 with cursor of pointer. Ctrl S, and let's see. Yeah, this was already looking nice. And then for the help circle here, we're going to give it a class name, a width of 5 and a height of 5. Ctrl S. Let's see. Yeah, perfect. So this styling now, we just need to duplicate it to the rest. Alright, so we just need to just copy this class name, Ctrl C, paste it here, come here, paste it here, and then for the icon class name, copy it, paste it here, and then you paste this one here. Ctrl S, and let's see. Yeah, this is nice. So you can see that we can toggle this on and off. Yeah, so it's really nice. Now the next we're going to work on now is logging out. So when I click on this, I should be able to log out. So we have to create the store for logging out. So we'll go back to our store here, our auth store, and then we can close this fetch user, and we can just come here and say log out. For this one also, we are not going to be accepting anything, because logging out is just to call the logout API. And then, just like what we've always been doing, we are going to set is loading will be true, set this to true, and then error will be null, message will also be null, just like this. And we should put a comma here. Yeah, okay. After this, we are going to put the try and catch block. Inside the try statement, const response, this will be equal to await Axios dot post, adding the API URL, API underscore URL, and then slash logout. Now that we are with this response, we want the message just like our login function. So we're going to extract the message. We're going to extract the message from response dot data, just like this. And then after this, we're going to set everything, set the message. We're going to set the message. We're going to set is loading to false, and then we're going to remove the user, set user to null, and error back to null. And finally, we return the message, just like this. And for the error, you can just copy the error message I've always been using, copy this, and then you catch the error. And if there's any issue, error login out, Ctrl S. Now that I've gotten this function, we can go back to our navigation bar, and then under this avatar URL you can just create a new function const handle logout. This will be an async function as well, async, and then you can just come here and say let's get logout from use auth store logout. So remember that we have our message, so we're going to extract the message const message. This will be equal to await logout, just like this. And then you can just say toast dot import toasts, import toast from React hot toast. So toast dot success, and then you pass in the message, just like that. And finally, we want to close the menu after logging out, so set show menu, this will be false, just like this. And we are going to use this logout in our function, in our button here. So on click, this will be handle logout. Yeah, so Ctrl S, and let's see if we'll be able to log out. Yeah, so let's click on logout. As you can see, logged out successfully, and this has changed back to sign in. If I refresh, I'm not getting anything. What is the problem? Unauthorized. Let's refresh again. Okay, there's an issue with this fetch user API, because we are trying to get the user and the user is unauthorized, so that is why we are having that issue. And let's see if there's any way to fix that. What I'm thinking is the problem is the way we set the error. So let's go to our auth store, and then this fetch user, let's get rid of this error, and we should set the error to null, and then fetching user to be instead of is loading, we are going to set the fetching user should be false, and then the user should also be null, just like this. So Ctrl S, and let's see if that will fix the issue. And yeah, it did. Alright, so let's refresh, and yes, everything works as it's meant to be. Let's try to sign in. John 1 2 3 4 5 6, sign in, logged in successfully. Let's try logging out, log out, logged out successfully. Yeah, so this is a big milestone achieved. The next we're going to working on is this button here, get AI movie pics. So this is what we're going to working on next. Currently in navbar.jsx, if you click on this, it's not going to take you anywhere. Let's go back and click on this. It's not going to take you anywhere. To change that, we're going to be using the link component from React router. So link, and then we're going to wrap the button. Now we don't want unauthenticated users to be able to access this feature. So for that, we're going to protect this, and we're going to say to. Now if the person is not a signed in user, so if user, we're going to take them to AI recommendations, and if he's not a user, else we're going to take the person to sign in, just like this. Ctrl S. And now since I'm not signed in, if I click on this, I should be taken to the sign in page. Yeah, now let me sign in. John, password 123456, sign in. And now that I'm signed in, if I click on this, I should be taken to the AI recommendations page. Yeah, but this page doesn't exist yet, so let's go and create that. In the pages folder, create a new file, call this AI recommendations .jsx array fce and Ctrl S. Now go back to app.jsx, Ctrl C, Ctrl V. For the element, you call this AI recommendations. Make sure you import that, and the path you change it to AI-recommendations, just like this. Ctrl S. And now when we go here, we're going to see the AI recommendations. So now back to our code, Ctrl click on this, and let's start working on this. Inside this div, first we are going to have is the h2 tag, which is going to say AI movie recommendation. Ctrl S. And then after this div, we are going to have a div, and inside this div we're going to have another div and another div. Yeah, and this div is going to be the progress bar, so we can give this a class name of full height with a background color of hash E50914, just like this. And then transition all, transition of all, and a duration of 300. So this is going to be our progress bar. Let's see how everything look like now. Yeah, nothing's going to work for now. All right, so on top of this div, which is this div which covers this one, can give this a class name, give it a height of 2, and Ctrl.S, and yeah, you can see this long width here, that red line. Okay, let's just make this div, give it a class name. Let's style everything as we are going, so let's don't do that structure first then styling. Let's style everything together. Make this relative, give it a full width and a maximum width of MD with mx-auto, so that it should stay in the middle. Ctrl S, and let's see what we've got. Yeah, it should be in the middle. All right, now let's continue styling. Give this a rounded of 2XL and a BG of hash 18 1818, close this, give it an opacity of 0.9, which is 90, and then shadow of 2xl, a border, and give it a border color of hash 333, just like this. And then padding the x direction of 8, padding the y direction of 10, with a margin top of 4, and every items inside of it should be flexed, and of course should be in the column direction, and it should be centered as well, items dash center, with a minimum height of, let's say, 480 pixels. Not, you won't see much, but yeah, it should be something like this. Yeah. Okay, now for this title here, we are going to give this title a class name, a text of 3xl, and a font of extra bold, and a margin bottom of 8, with text dash center, text dash white, and a tracking of tight, and drop shadow of LG, Control S, and let's see what we've got. Yeah, this is really nice. Okay, let's continue building. And then for this div here, we're going to give this div a class name of, give it a full width, and Control S. That our stuff should show now. Yeah, the line should come back. Give it a full width, and then flex, items center, and a margin bottom of 8. Control S, and everything is gone. Okay, so for this other div, we'll give this a flex of 1, and a height of 2. Give it a background color of hash 232323, and rounded of full, with overflow of hidden. Yeah, as you can see, is okay. And for this one, we are going to give this another style, but this style we are going to be using the inline CSS style, and we're going to give this a width of, let's say, 50%. So this is a progress bar, just to show you what I'm talking about. 50%, yeah, as you can see, it is half of the normal progress, whatever. Alright, so under this progress bar div and this div, you come under it, and then we're going to have a span, and this span is just going to be like, let's say, 2 or 2/5, just like this. Control S, and let's see, 2/5, and we can style this div, this span tag, give it a class name of margin the left direction of 4, and text white, and give it a small text dash sm, and font dash semi bold, just like this. Control S, and yeah, you should see that. Yeah, exactly, 2/5. All right, after this span tag, after this div, under it, we are going to have our question and our options. So for that, we are going to have a div. And inside this div, we are going to have another div, and then inside this other div we're going to have a h3 tag, and this h3 tag is going to ask a question like what is your preferred genre, something like this. So Ctrl S, let's see, something like, yeah, what is your preferred genre, and we can just style everything like I said. So for this div, give it a class name of, give it a width of full and flex in the column direction, flex dash col and flex dash 1. And for this other div, we're going to give this a class name, margin bottom of 6 and flex dash 1. Ctrl S and let's see. Yeah, it's gotten to this other side. Nice. For this h3 tag, we're going to give this a class name as well. Give it a class name of text-lg font-semi-bold text-white margin bottom of 6 text-center. Ctrl S and it should look nice now. Yeah, what is your preferred genre? Now after this, we are going to be having the options. So for that, we are going to have under this h3 tag, we are going to have a button, and this button we can just say option 1. Yeah, option 1, and then I can give this a class name, give it a class name, give it a full width, padding the y direction of 3, rounded dash XL, give it a border of 2, Ctrl S and let's see. Yeah, something like this is nice. So we can duplicate this to let's say 1 2 3. So let's say option 2, option 3, option 4. Ctrl S and let's see. Option 1 2 3 and 4. Now we can wrap all these options in a div so that we can use the grid stuff to make this look better. So you wrap all of them in a div, and then inside this div, give this div a class name of grid, and then grid of column of 1, grid column of 1, and a gap of 3. Ctrl S and let's see. Yeah, better. Now let's continue styling this button, and after giving it a border of 2, you say transition and font of semi-bold, text dash base, which is a normal font size, and give this flex and items of center, justify center. Yeah, give it a gap of 2, and let's say a shadow of, give it a small shadow. Yeah, and let's give it that background color hash E5 0914. Ctrl S and let's see. Yeah, this one isn't really nice. Okay, not 25, rather E5. Ctrl S and let's see. Okay, Okay, let's continue styling this. And you can do the border as well. Border dash hash E50914. The border should be the same color, and give it a text of white and a shadow of LG. Ctrl S. Let's get rid of this shadow of SM. Ctrl S, and let's see. Okay, that's nice, that's nice, that's nice. But I think it should be rounded more. Let's see. Yeah, this should be rounded, not, yeah, Ctrl S, and yeah, better, better, better. Okay, so for the other one, and this, we are going to make all of this dynamic, you get. So this is just like the structure. We are going to change all of this after. You are going to see everything. Okay, so for the other one, I can just copy this. I can just copy this and then, sorry, paste it here, and I'm going to change the color. This one is going to be hash 232323, and then yeah, Ctrl S, and this is not going to be border, this is going to be the background. The border will be border dash, we're going to make the border hash 333, just like this. Ctrl S, and let's see what we've got. Yeah, we'll make this one rounded as well. Rounded Excel. Ctrl S, and let's see. Yeah, so these are the two variants which we are going to use in this component. Okay, so before we start working on the functionalities, there are some core designs we need to do first, which is like the next button and the back button. And if you look at the background is not looking that nice, so we have to add like a background image. So first off, let's work on the button, on the next button. So after this div here, after this div, after the next div, we're going to go under, and then we're going to add another div, and then inside this div we're going to have our first button. This button is going to say back, just like that. And then we're going to have a second button which is going to say next. So under this button we're going to have another button which is going to say next, just like this. Ctrl S. Now let's see what we've got as first. Let's see. Okay, back and next. Nice. Now we're going to have a class name on the div which contains the two, which houses the two buttons. This is going to be flex, and then justify between, just like this, and items center with a margin top of 6. Ctrl S, and let's see. Yeah, it's got that space there. Okay, now for the individual button, this is going to be a type of button. And then class name, we're going to give this a class name, padding the x direction of 6, padding the y direction of 2, rounded dash LG, and give it a font of semi-bold, and of course transition with a border of 2 and a border color of let's say hash 444. Give it a text color of white and a background of hash 181818, just like that. And when hovered on, I'm going to change the background to hash 232323, just like this. Ctrl S and let's see. Yeah, the back button is looking nice. Now for the next button, let's just copy this exact class name to the next button, and let's copy the type of button as well. And for the next button, we're just going to change some things. For the next button, let's see, we're going to change the background. This background at first is going to be our normal Netflix color, which is what E50914, and when hovered on is going to be hash B0060F, and then we're going to give this a margin left of 2. So Ctrl S and let's see what we've got. Yeah, but I think the border is still looking somehow, so we're going to change the border to have this color. Ctrl C and then Ctrl V, Ctrl S, and this should be perfect. Yeah, the our hover is not working, so this should be hover bg dash, and this should be bg dash as well. Ctrl S, and when hovered on it should work. Yeah, nice. Now the final design we have to do before we enter into the functionality is working on the background image. So for that, we are going to wrap all these div inside another div. So add a div here, cut that, and under here you paste it here. Alright, now we're going to go to the very top, which is where we are, and then you give this a minimum height, give it a class name, minimum height of screen, flex, and items dash center, justify dash center, and give it a background gradient to bottom right, background gradient to bottom right from, you put the color from, and then this will be hash 181818, that's our grayish color, via, which is like from this through, that via means like through hash 232323, and finally to back to 181818, just like this, and then relative and overflow hidden. Ctrl S and let's see. You can see that beautiful background. Yeah, so we need the background image. So under this we are going to come here and have this image. Give this a source of, and we have that background image already, so slash background underscore banner dot jpg, just like this. And I think we can give this a class name of absolute and give it an inset of 0, a full width and a full height, object of cover, and give it an opacity as well, opacity of, let's say, 20, opacity of 20, and it should be blurry a little bit, which should be 2 pixels. Ctrl S, and let's see. Yeah, perfect. This is nice. Okay, so now that we've gotten this, I think it is time to start working on the functionality. So what are we going to do in this part? First thing we are going to do is to get the user information. We have to get the user choice, the user preference. Then based on that user preference, the user is going to answer like maybe maybe 4 or 5 questions, and then based on that preference, based on that choice, we are going to recommend a movie for them using Gemini AI. So that's what we are going to do now. So now let's go back to our code, and then we are going to create an array of objects where each object is going to represent one question. So at the top here, we can just say const steps and then your array and one object. In this object, you are going to have the name, and the name for this one is going to be January, comma. The second one is the label, which is the question which we have to ask the user. So we can say, what's your favorite genre. The next thing is the options. Options is going to be an array as well. So the first one will be action. The second one will be comedy, and the third one is going to be drama. So in order for me not to waste time doing all of this, I will just copy the steps for my code here. The GitHub repo is going to be in the description as usual. So if you don't want to type it manually, you can copy it as well. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as you understand the code, then there's nothing wrong. All right, let me just copy this. And then I'm going to explain it, of course. Paste it here. So this is the steps, the name, the label, the options, and the second object, which is the second question, is the mood. What's the label? It is what's your current mood. Options: excited, relaxed, thoughtful. Third one, decade, preferred decade. The options and other ones as well. Now the next thing is that we need to take the steps array, and then we are going to create an object which is going to have empty strings, which is going to serve as the user choice object, and we are going to use it as our initial state. So for that, we are going to be using the reduce method from JavaScript. So we'll say something like const initial state, and this will be equal to steps, which is our array of different questions, dot reduce, and then we are going to pass in the accumulator and the step, passing the function, and then accumulator, then you pass in the step dot name, and then it should be equal to an empty string. Then finally we return the accumulator, and we can just pass in an empty object here. Now what does this do? This is going to create an object which looks something like this, let me create that. It's going to create an object with the user information. Yeah, so it should have something like the first name will be January. It's going to have an empty string. The second name is the what? The mood, going to have an empty string. The third one is the decade, is going to have an empty string as well, till the last one, which is the length, is going to have an empty string. So this is just like the initial state of the user choice. So this is how we can get that in JavaScript. Yeah, so we'll get rid of that, Ctrl S. And now to have gotten our initial state, we can go inside our AI recommendation function and then use that to create the state. So const inputs, which stand for the user current selections, and then set inputs. Set input is just going to be used to update the user selections. This will be equal to use states from React, and then what are we going to pass in? The initial state, just like this. And then the second state we are going to have is the step. So const step, set step. This will be equal to use states. This step is just going to use to we're going to track the question. So when it's at 0, it's going to be the first one, which is January. At 1 is going to be the question for mood, and so on. Yeah, so it's just used to track the step. All right, the next thing we're going to have is the handle options. So handle options, let's say const handle option. This one is going to be used to handle the options. So value, we are going to be expecting a value, and then we're just going to update our input, set inputs to all of the inputs, and then you pass in the steps, which is from this one, steps, and then the step, which is the particular number of the question we're answering. So if it is at the first one, it's going to be steps 0, which is going to be the January. So this is step 0, step 0, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. All right, so that's what I'm saying, all the input, and then step whatever the number is, dot name, we just need the name. Yeah, and then you equate it to the value. So with this, you are done with the handle options. And the second one we can do is the handle next. So this is just going to be able to like increase our step by 1. So const handle next, creates a function, and if step is less than step dot length minus 1, then immediately we are going to set step set step to be step plus 1. This one is self-explanatory. So if the step is less than step minus 1, step dot length minus 1, then immediately you set the step to step plus 1. Then if not, which means that we are at the last step, so else we just console.log the user input for now. If not, we are going to later on in the future we are going to generate the recommendation from AI, but for now let's just console.log the user choice, which is the input. Now the next thing we're going to do is the handle back function. All right, so we can just come under this handle next, so const handle back, and then we can just say if step is greater than 0, then set step to be what? Step minus 1, just like this. And now we can use all these function in our code. So with this we can just, first thing we'll do is to just work on our progress bar first. So instead of hard coding this to be 50%, we can make this dynamic to use which step we are. So we'll use this template string here, and then we can put in this $sign and make some calculations here. Step plus 1, then just over steps dot length. We're just getting the percentage dot length, then times 100. So that is how you get the percentage, and then you add in the percent here. So Ctrl S, and we should have this at the 0 position. Yeah, so this is 1. All right, so the next thing is, instead of hard coding this 2/5, we'll just come here and say this should be step plus 1, step plus 1 over steps dot length. I just hope this step and steps is not confusing. Let me explain. This step is from the state. This step is from the state and it is initialized to be 0, and steps is the array of the different questions. So that's why we're using steps dot length, which is 4. So Ctrl dot S, and you are going to see 1/5 exactly. All right, the next thing is the label. So instead of asking this hard-coded question, what is your preferred genre, you can just come here and say steps and then step, which initially is 0, dot label. Ctrl S, and you should have that same what's your preferred, what's your favorite genre. Yeah, so it is nice. The next thing is the options. So right now we have these options hard coded, but we don't want that. We can get rid of all of this, leave only the option 1, and under this grid we can just add curly braces, and then you can say steps at position of step dot options dot map, and then you add your options, the options, and return the button. So you close this. Yeah, Now with this, you can just come here, give this a key. This key should be option, yeah, because all of them have different options, so we can use that as a key. Now when clicked, and since we are generating this option dynamically, let's Ctrl S. We are going to see that we are going to have 4 option 1. We got more than that. Safe 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So we've gotten 7 option 1, and that is because if you go to the first step, we've gotten how many options? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 options. So that was how we got 7 option 1. Alright, so now we can make some changes to dynamically render the information. So first thing, instead of writing option 1, we're just going to render the option. Ctrl S, and then this should change. Yeah, action, comedy, drama, horror, romance, and others. Now we can see that all the styles are the same, so which means that, and it doesn't make sense, we have to dynamically update the styles. So we have to make changes to this styling now. And all right, let's just continue. Let's just see how it's going to work out. So first thing I'll do is to get rid of all these colors to just make sure that everything is smooth. So we have a gap of 2. Okay, so okay, let's add template literal. Let's convert this to template literal, since we are going to be having a dynamic style. So let's convert this to template literal, wrap all of them with curly braces. Yeah, okay, so now inside this place where we can have JavaScript code, we're going to say the user selection. So input steps step dot name. So if the user click on a particular step dot name, if it is equal to the option, then we can have our dynamic style. So for that, we can say if it's equal, we can come here and say give this a background color of hash E50914, just like this, and then border of the same color, and just copy it and paste it, border of the same color, and a text of white, text dash white, and a shadow of LG. Ctrl S, and for this normal one, we can give this a shadow of SM. Ctrl S, and let's see. We are having okay. So we are just having only this question mark. So for that, we're going to add a colon. So else, if it is not the same as the option, what are we going to do? First thing we're going to do is we're going to change the background color to the other one, which is going to be hash 232323, and then a border of hash 444. Oh, no, sorry, 444. Then after that, let me close. I'm having this. Let's close this. Yeah. All right. Give this a text of white. Text of white, and when hovered on, this one should have that reddish background. Hovered on, background dash hash E50914, and you should add opacity of 80, which is like 0.8, and also when hovered on, the border should be it should be hash E50914 as well. So just like this, and let's see. So when hovered on, you can see this is nice. So when I click on action, it should remain there, but it's not remaining there. Alright, so let's work on that as well. So in this normal text, in this normal one here, we can give this some other styles to complement this. So first off, we can just say focus, give it an outline. Let's see. Okay, yeah, give it an outline of none, and focus again. When focused on, you should have a ring of 2. Focus ring of 2. Okay, and when active, scale this to 95. Ctrl S, and then give it a duration just to make sure that transition comes out. Duration of 150. Ctrl S, and let's see. As you can see, if I click on the action, you can see that white border around it, as you can see. Yeah, so let's continue styling that. So now we can say focus again. So focus, you should have a ring of hash E50914. Ctrl S, and let's see. Click on this, you can see that ring. As well. Okay, that is nice. Let's continue. Okay, so even though I click on this, it is not still getting that color that I want. It should still be filled when clicked. So I think what is causing that is because we don't have any on click here, which is setting our options. So let's have that on click, and this should call that function, that's handle option. So handle option, and then you pass in the option. Ctrl S, and when I click on this, it should work now. I don't know why it's not working still. Ctrl S, still not working still. What could be the problem? Okay, so now let's go back and debug. Okay, so let's see if we're getting our input. So console.log input, let's add the S, Ctrl S, and let's click on inspect console, clear everything, and let's click on action. As you can see, we're getting our input, so the input is actually working. Okay, so the inputs are working. So what could be the problem? Let's go back to our code and let's copy this and let's paste it here to see if we're going to get it. So console.log. Okay, as you can see, we didn't close the square bracket, so I think that is where the problem is coming from. Let's go back here and let's close the square bracket. And I think we're having issues. Let's see, get rid of this one, close the square bracket. Yes, Ctrl S, and perfect. Now if you click on comedy, yeah, action, horror, drama, and everything is working well. Now what we want is that I think it is best if we're actually looking at the console as everything is working out. Let's go back to our console and let's clear everything, and let's console.log the inputs from here. Yeah, Ctrl S, and when I click on action, I should see, yeah, action. Yeah. Alright, so now what I want is that when I click on next, I should go to the next question, and that's what we're going to work on now. Alright, so back to our code where we have next. Yes, now we are going to say on click. So inside the onClick function, we can just call the handle next function, yeah. So Ctrl S, and now for the last question, we don't want it to be showing next. Instead, we want it to be showing finish, and we can actually do that by putting this in the curly braces and saying if the step is equal to the last steps, which is steps dot length minus 1. If it is the last one, then it should be finish, else it should be next. Just like this. Ctrl S, and I think this should work. So if I click on action, okay, this is that is how state works normally. If I click on next, yeah, nothing worked. Oh, what could be the problem? Alright, let's go and debug. Now I'm clicking on handle next and nothing is working. Let's go back to our handle next function. So step is less than step dot length minus 1. Is meant to be steps dot length minus 1 instead of step dot length. So Ctrl S, and let's see, click on comedy, and if I click on next, yeah, as you can see, the progress bar increased and this changed to 2/5, and we can see the current question. So what is your current mode? I am very excited. If I click on this and then click on next, you can see 3/5. My preferred decade 2020s, and I'll click on next. Preferred language English, click on next, and then preferred movie length, let's say standard, and if I click on finish, I will get everything in my console. So this is it, my preferred decade, preferred genre, language, length, and mode. So this is really nice, and I think with this we're actually ready to get information or to get the recommended movies using Gemini AI. So I'll see you in the next part. To get AI recommended movies, we are going to go to aistudio.google.com. This is where we are going to get the free model that we are going to use to generate recommendations for our site. Alright, so You can go and look at the pricing, but I'm going to show you free models that you can use. So just go ahead and click on sign in to Google AI Studio. Okay, so after signing in, you can see this button here, get API key. So you click on it, and then you can create a new API key, but I already have one, so I can just copy mine, and then you will just go to your code back, and then in your .env, where is okay, we don't have any .env here, so for our front end we have to create a .env file. So we'll just come here and say .env .env.local, just like this, and then we come here and say Google underscore Gen AI underscore API underscore key is equal to the API key which you got from Google. Alright, then after I've done this, you go back to okay, we have to create a new folder. Let's close all of this. In our front end file here, we have to create a new folder in our source directory. We are going to call this one lib. So in this lib folder, we are going to create a new file which we are going to call AI model.js. Now inside this AI model.js, this is where we are going to write all our AI code to generate our movies based on our prompt. Okay, so first thing, we have to install Google Gen AI. So in our front end server, you close that, Ctrl C, and then npm install at google/gen AI, and you click on enter. Then you wait for it to get installed. After installing it, you can start your server back, npm run dev, and then you close your terminal. Now the first thing you do is to import what you've just installed. So you import Google Gen AI from at google/gen AI, just like this. And then after this, you are going to say const AI is equal to new Google Gen AI, and then you are going to say the API key. The API key should be import dot meta dot env dot vit underscore. Then you go over to your .env.local and you Ctrl C on this, go back to your AI model and paste it there, just like that. Now after creating this AI object, and yeah, the next thing is to get your config ready. So you say const config, this will be equal to an object where you are going to say response mime type, this is going to be equal to text/plain, just like this. And now after this, we are going to get our model. So const model, the model which we are going to use is a free version which works very well. This one is Gemini 2.0 Flash. So this is the model we are going to use. If you go to your API, your AI Studio, you can see different models that you can use. So these are pro versions. Yeah, so these are pro versions, and if you look at the pricing, input, this is dollar, this, that. I don't really want all of that, so I go for this 2.0 flash. Yeah, so I think that is okay. And now after creating this model, the next thing we are going to create the function which we are going to use inside our AI recommendations component here. So for that we are going to say export async function get AI recommendation. And then what are we going to pass in here? We are going to pass in the prompt. And then inside this function, we create a try and catch block. And in the try block, we are going to say const response. Const response is equal to await AI dot models dot generate content, and then we are going to pass in the model which we are using, and you pass in the config, and then you pass in the content. So for the content, we are going to add an array of an object which we are going to say the role. The role is going to be user, and then path is going to be an array with an object of text. The text will be what? The text is going to be the prompt, just like this. So this text, the parts of the content, the text is going to be the prompt which we are going to get from this AI recommendation. Alright, the next thing we are going to say is we are going to return the response. So it's just a return statement, return response dot candidates dot 0, the first one, dot content dot parts dot 0 dot text, just like this. And now if there is any error, you just console dot error, and then you say error sending message. And you can console.log the error and then return null, just like this. And with this, you're actually done creating the AI model, to be honest. Like, you are done creating the AI model. So what you just need is just the API key. So Ctrl S, and then back to our recommendations here. As I think we have an issue here, we didn't implement the back functionality. So let's just add that. Let's add that. We will just go to the back button, and then here on click, you just add the handle back, just like this. And then this should be disabled when we are the last step. So if step is equal to 0, it should be disabled. Ctrl S, and I think that should be okay. And also the next button should also be disabled when it is at the let's say when it has no name. So it should be disabled. This should be disabled when it has no name. So for that, I'm going to say when there's no input, steps, step dot name. So this is when it should be disabled. All right. So I think with this we are okay. And for the recommendations with AI, we are going to be using a new state, which is going to be the recommendation state. So under this step state, we're going to create a new state. So const recommendation comma set recommendation, and then we're going to set this to an empty array initially. So use state set to an empty array. And since we are going to be working with AI, we are going to need a loading state. So const is loading, comma set is loading. This will be equal to false by default. Use state and then false. Now we are going to create a function which is going to generate the recommendations for us. Alright, so under this handleback function, we are going to come here and say const generate recommendations. And then async and we can just perform a check. So if no input from the user, there's no need trying to request from for any recommendation. So we can just toast. I don't know why this toast don't want to import automatically. So import toast from React hot toast. So I can just say something like toast, please enter your input, just like that. And now under this, I'm just going to set is loading to be true, since we have started working with the AI. And now we are going to be needing a prompt. So const user prompt. This is going to be a template string because we want the string to be dynamic. Alright, so I'm just going to copy the prompt. I cannot write it, I cannot start writing it one by one. I'm just going to explain everything. So the user prompt, this is it. So giving the following user input: decade input.decade, genre input.genre, language input.language. So if the user have selected all their inputs and we have gotten their input, so we'll say given the following user input, we add the user input.mood, recommend 10 mood. That is like if the user chooses excited, so we recommend 10 excited English language action movies. I'm just giving an instance, released in the 2020s with a runtime between 90 to 120 minutes, and then return the list as plain JSON array of example movie title 1, array JSON of movie titles only, no extra text, no explanations, no code blocks, no markdown, just the JSON array. Example, this is an array of movie 1, movie 2, movie 3 down to movie 10. So that is just how simple the prompt is. As you, like I've said before, the GitHub repo is going to be in the description, so you can just go there and copy it. It doesn't matter. Alright, now that we have gotten this prompt, the next thing is to await the for this AI. We are going to use this function which we are going to use to get AI recommendations. Alright, so now we can just come under this string and say const result. This will be equal to await get AI recommendation. Make sure you import that. And then what are we expecting? We're expecting a prompt. So we can just come here and add the user prompt. Just like this. And now we can just come here and say if result. So if there is actually a result. And before that, after getting the result, we can just set is loading back to false. So set is loading back to false. So now if result, we are going to clean the result in case it comes with the JSON title. So const cleaned result. This will be equal to the normal result dot replace. We are going to be using regex. So replace slash 3 template strings and JSON new line slash I comma, and then you add empty strings dot replace, and then the same thing forward slash backward slash n 3 template strings forward slash I, which indicates that not case sensitive, just like this. Now that we have gotten the cleaned result, you can come under there and say what? Console.log recommendations. Or before this, we can just put it in a try and catch block. In the try statement, you can just get the recommendation array. So we can just say const recommendation array. This will be equal to JSON dot parse, and then you pass in the cleaned result, just like this. Now you can set recommendation to be equal to the recommendations and array, and also you can just console.log that as well. Console.log recommendation array. Yeah. And if there's any error, you can just say, console.log the error. Console.log error. Sorry. The error should be error. Just like this. Let me turn this a capital letter. Now this is an if statement. So you can have an else statement to this. So else toast, and then you can toast dot error, and you can add failed to get recommendations. Just like this, and we are having some errors. Let's see. Generate recommendations, and which other one? Recommendation I studied. Okay, that is normal. Now we have to call this function Where do we call this if we have already added different functions to different stuff? So where do we call this? We are going to call this here. So we are going to have a conditional statement on when to go next and when to generate the recommendation. So how do we do that? We have to do that the same way we did this one, which shows that when we get to the last one, the text should change to finish, else it should be next. So we're going to use the same logic. We can copy this and then you paste it here. If it is at the last one, we are going to generate recommendations, else handle next, just like this. Control S, and it should be disabled if it is loading as well, just like that. Control S, and let's see if we are going to generate it from if it's going to display on our console. So click on inspect and let's see what happens. Okay, so we are getting this error. An API key must be set when running in the browser. So I think the error is coming from our .env. If you look at this, you can see vit underscore Google Gen AI API, but if you come here, we have only Google Gen AI stuff. So we can just add the vit and Control S. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so that error is gone. All right, now let's start. What's your favorite genre? Let's say comedy. Click on next. Your current mood, excited. Click on next. Preferred decade, 2020s. Click on next. Preferred language, English. Next. Preferred movie length, standard. Click on finish. Let's see. As you can see, we've gotten 10 movies. Free Guy, Unbearable, Sonic Hedgehog, and different funny movies. Alright, so with this, we are ready to display this information to our user. So how do we do that? With this information, we can actually connect this to our TMDB API to fetch the movies from their API based on this information. I'm going to show you how to do that right now. Alright, so let's create a new component where we are going to add the recommended movies from the AI. So let's go back to our code. In our component folder, create a new component, call this recommended movies .jsx, and then arrow fce, just like this. Okay, so the next thing, we can go to TMDB database and just scroll and look for the search. Search, and then you click on movie. And yeah, this is what we need. So we can just copy this, take this back to our code, and we can paste it here. Just like this. Now we are going to make some few changes. We're going to make some few changes. First thing, under this fetch, we can have a state. So const movie set movie. This will be equal to use state and then an empty array. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to have a loading state, make sure you import the use state from React. So let's have a loading state. So const loading, set loading. This will be equal to use state, and initially it will be set to true, just like this. The next thing we're going to create is a fetch movie function. So const fetch movie. This is going to be an async function because we are going to be doing some TMDB API stuff inside, and then we are going to pass the title. We are going to be expecting a title, and then let me make this right. Alright, and inside the fetch movie function, we are going to make our title to be URL compatible to avoid any issues. So let's encode it. So encoded title, this will be equal to encode URI component, and then you pass in the title, just like this. So this is how you encode the title. And const URL, this will be equal to this one. It's going to be equal to this URL. So Ctrl C, Ctrl V, and then we're going to change this to a dynamic URL. And inside this movie here, this is where we're going to add our query. So you add a question mark, and then you say query. This will be equal to the title. So we're going to query for movies based on the title. So encoded title, just like this. Now after that, we're going to have a try and catch block. Under this URL, we're going to have a try and catch statement, and in the try statement, we are going to say const response. This will be equal to await fetch, and then what are we going to fetch? We're going to fetch the URL, and then we're going to pass in the options. So with this, I think we don't need this anymore. We have replaced this with what we're doing here, and then I can just come under and say const data. This will be equal to what? Await res.json, just like this. And then we're going to return data dot result, bring out the first ones, or null, just like this. If there's any error, you just come and say console.log error fetching movie, and then you can pass in the error. Then after that, you are going to just return null, just like this. Now how are we going to call this fetch movie? We are going to call that using use effect. So use effect so const load movies. This is going to be an async function. Async and won't be accepting any parameter. Yeah, so inside this load movies function, we are going to first thing first set loading to true, just like that. And then the next thing we're going to do is to get the response from our fetch movies function. So const results to we're going to get the results from our fetch movies function. So await our const result will be equals to await promise dot all, and then we're going to say movies title, which we are going to get from our code. So recommended movies, we are going to pass in the movies title, just like that. And let's wrap this in curly braces. So const movies titles or movie titles, I think that should be the better name. So movie titles, we're just going to come here and say promise.all movie titles dot map, and then get the individual title, and we are going to fetch the movie based on that title. So you know that we have, if we go to our code here, you can see that we have different titles. So we have to fetch the movie based on each title. So that's how we cannot just fetch it at once. So that's how I have to use this pattern. So yeah, so fetch the movie based on the title, and now, okay, there's an issue with this code. This is should be like this. Yeah. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to set the movies now. Set the movie state. This should be movies, and set movies is going to be an array of movies. So set movies to be equal to results dot filter. We're not going to add audio result because sometimes TMDB might return a null movie, so we have to filter out the boolean stuff. So this is a trick way to filter undefined, null, and other stuff that might cause your application to break. So you just filter out the boolean, and then you set loading to false, just like that. And finally, or not finally, we can just come under here. We have to call this load movie. So if movies titles dot length, so if there is movies title, which of course is going to be, we are going to call this anytime the user just completes its input and we have gotten our movies from Gemini. So that is where movie title will exist, and then if it exists immediately we load the movies, as simple as that. And then we can come here, and this should depend on movie titles, and I think we didn't import this, so we can just control spacebar and import that from React. Yeah, control S, and we have to add a loading state. If loading, we can just return a p tag saying we have to return that, return a p tag saying loading, just like that. All right, so okay, you can just console.log the movies. Let's just see how it look like. So Control S, and we have to add these recommended movies somewhere. So let's just add it at the top here. Under this image, you just come here and add recommended movies. just like this, Ctrl S, and yeah, let's see, finish. Okay, we have to pass in the movie's title, I think. Yeah, it's expecting movie title, so movie titles will be equal to, what do we call our own recommendation array? So we'll come here and say movie titles should be equal to recommendation array. Or no, we already set recommendation to that, so we'll just come here and say recommendation. As simple as that. Ctrl S, and let's see, it's an empty array. Let's finish again. Still an empty array. What could be the problem? Alright, so after a while of debugging, I just discovered that instead of this question mark here, you get rid of that and convert it to an and sign. Yeah, this sign here, and Ctrl S. Now if we go back and click on finish, click on finish, and look at this, you have gotten 10 different movies. Yeah, so with this information now, we can use this to generate a component. We already have the component, but we can just use the movie stuff to design our recommended movies page. Now for the recommended movies page, we'll just give this a class name, make it grid column of 2, and for medium screen sizes and above, you give it a grid column of 5 and a gap of 4. Ctrl S, and then we're going to remove this text inside here. Now we're going to map throughout all the movies, so movies.map, and then we'll get our movie. You get the movie, and you return link, because it's going to take us to the individual movie page as well. So you get the link, make sure you import that as well. Import link, or is it like this? Let's import link from React router. I don't know if it is like this or without the curly braces. Let me check if I have a link here. There should be a link in navbar. So yeah, it's with the curly braces. Alright, so we'll just go inside here, link, and then we're going to link to, the map is going to cover all. Yeah, so we're going to link to the movie page /movie/ the movie id, movie.id, just like that. And then the key is going to be the movie id as well. Key will be equal to movie.id, just like this. And we can have a class name as well. Give it a class name of bg of hash 232323 and rounded -lg with overflow of hidden. Yeah, that should be okay. And inside this link, we are going to display the image. So first of all, we have to check if the image poster path exists or not. So movie dot, we are going to display the movie rather. Movie dot poster path underscore path. Does it exist? Else, we are going to, if it exists, we are going to show the image. Am I getting an error? Okay, so we're going to show an image. This image is going to have the normal TMDB URL, so I can just copy that, paste it here, and then we're going to have the class name of the movie. We're going to give of the image a full width. We're going to give it a full width and a height of 48, and object dash cover, just like this. Control S, and let's see. As you can see, we've gotten different movie images, but this does not make sense. Let me close this to show you what I'm talking about. This doesn't make sense at all. Like, look at this and this. So what we have to do right now is, like, if this image exists, if these movies, if we have generated the recommended movies, then this recommended form or this quiz should go away. We should remove it. So we have to do some changes to our AI recommended page. So we'll go back to our AI recommendation page, and let's scroll down. For this, our background image, we are going to remove it if there's a recommendation. So we'll just come here, wrap this in curly braces, and then you can say if no recommendation and recommendation dot length is greater than 0. So if it is false, that is when the image can show. So Ctrl S, that our background image should disappear right now. Yeah. The next thing is the recommendation part. So we can come here and say something like recommendation and recommendation dot length greater than 0. Then this should not be and, this should be a question mark, and then else. We are going to show this div here. Then we'll wrap everything just like this. Ctrl S, and yeah, this is better. Now we still want the h2 tag here, so we can copy the h2 tag, and let's edit this recommendation part. So let's give this a div. Let's wrap this recommendation component in a div, and then we have a h2 tag which will be AI recommended movies. Now we can style this up a bit. This div will give this a class name of width of full and a max width of 7xl with mx auto, so that it can be in the center, and a margin top of 2. Now for the h2 tag, we are going to give this a class name of text of 2xl, font of bold, text dash white, margin bottom of 4, and text dash center. Just like this. Ctrl S, and let's see what we've got. Yeah, this is nice. This is nice, but yeah, this is in the center. And okay, let's go back to our recommended movies and let's make some changes there. All right, so if there is image, show the image, else just show no image, just like that. The next thing, under this image stuff, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have an h3 tag, which is going to be the movie title, movie dot title, just like this. And under this title, we're going to have a p tag, which is going to check if there's a release date. If there's a release date, it's going to display the release date. If not, it's going to show no release date. So movie dot release underscore date, does it exist? Yes, you show the movie date, movie dot release date, and then we just need the year, which is like 2024 or 2025. Just get the first to the four value, and then else if it doesn't exist, just show n slash a. Yeah, just like that. And yeah, now let's style this a little bit. Give this a class name for the div, give it a padding of 2, and then for this title, give this a class name, give this title a class name, give it a text of sm, small text, and font of semi bold with a white text, and it should truncate. Yeah, and for the p tag, give it a class name of text of extra small and text gray of 400. Control S, and let's see what we've got. Yeah, so as you can see, this is nice. This is nice. Yeah, so if you click on a particular movie, you are going to be taken to the movie page as well. So yeah, I've gotten what we want. So now you can get AI generated movie. So let's click on action. Next, I'm feeling scared. Next, 2020s, English, preferred movie length, standard, and you can see loading. And yeah, these are action movies. So with this, you are done with this project. And if you notice, there are some things that I didn't do, like watch, like save for later, that is watch later, or likes and other things. Just explore your imagination, just do things. I don't really have to do every single thing for you. Just make this project unique, improve the project. Don't just work on it and drop it one side. No, improve it to your own taste, change the design, break some things, fix it. If you break something and you don't know how to fix it, let me know in the comments, or you find my socials to chat me up. I will reply in lightning speed. Alright, so the final step now is to deploy this application so that you can share it with your family and friends. Now, we don't do any project without deploying it. So if you do any project without deploying it, what's the point of the project? So alright, to deploy a full stack application, the one that I use, that most developers use as well, is Render. So just go to render.com. If you don't have an account, you create an account, but I already have an account, so you just click on dashboard. And also you have to Okay, let me log in. You have to connect it to your GitHub. So for that, let me push this recent code to my GitHub. So let's call this one completed projects, and then commit and sync changes. Okay, it's going to push all the code to our GitHub repo. And alright, that's done. So let's go back to our code, our render here. And we have to add a new project. So the first thing, if you noticed, we have two sites. Let's go to our code here. We have the front end and we have the back end. Alright, so the front end is called a static site, and then the back end is called a web service. So I think the first thing we should do is to deploy the backend first. So let's go to the backend, deploy the backend, and this should be the AI. Let's view the repo first. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, okay, so this is the front end and back end, like I said, and now we can just click on this. You might have to connect your account, your GitHub account, to render if it's your first time, and unique name AI Flix, that is okay, and language Node, branch main. Let's see, main. Okay, yeah. Make sure you don't make any mistake. And the root directory, we're going to call this one backend because we're deploying only the backend parts. We're going to come back and deploy the front end. So what's the build command? The build command is backend slash node server .js, I think. Backend, what's the build command? Okay, the start command will be node server.js. So this one should be npm install npm install. Yeah, this should just be npm install, and then you click on free. Then the environment variables, let's go back to our backend code, and in our .env here, you copy all, Ctrl C, and then you can paste it like that. Yeah, so yeah, and you can just deploy web service. Let's see if that will work. If it didn't work, then we'll just go back and change it. It's not something that we can't change. We can always go back to change it. So let's just check if our build command will work. Alright, build successful. It's deploying right now. Okay, yeah, the service is live, MongoDB connected, so this worked. Yeah, and now we have to copy this URL, go back to our front end code, and then in the store, remember that we added this API URL. That is why I said that it is better that we added it at the top, so that we can just come here and change this to our deployed URL, and then Ctrl S. After that, you will come back here and push your code back to GitHub, and then you can just come here and write used deployed URL, and then commit, sync changes. Okay, so now that is done, we are going to, let's take this to this other side and open it. And then the next thing, we are going to click on new here, and for this one we're going to be deploying a static site. Click on AI Flix, and you can call this AI Flix 1, anyone, main, and it routes directly. This one is going to be on the front end, and the build command should be npm install npm run build, and the relative path, this is going to be on the dist. I think vit put down on dist. Yeah, I think so. And for the variable, let's go to our front end code, and in env Ctrl C, and then you come over here, paste it there as well, and you click on deploy static site. Let's just put this work. I'm not sure of the build command again. But anyhow, try and error is always great. Okay, as you can see, this deployed is already showing subscribe to my channel, which is the get request we did to show you that it works. And yeah, let's wait for the front end. It worked. Wow. It's been long since I actually deployed and I remember all this. Wow. So your site is live. So let's check AI Flix on render.com. You click on this and it will not work because of cause. Let's see though. Wait, it worked. Wow. So just look at this, bro. Look at this, and if I click on this sinners, it actually worked. Okay, I think is where we cannot sign in. I think that's when it will not work because of cause. Yeah, so this actually worked. As you can see, it's nice, and this is crazy. Like, this is nice. Look at, and it's even fast. Like, wow. So let's try signing in. Let's use my John, and then password 123456. Click on sign in. This won't work. It won't work. Let's click on inspect and we'll see an error now. Yeah, you're going to see an error, of course. So it has been blocked by cause. That's because this is a new URL. Like I said when I was shooting this video, cause we have to tell cause that we want to access this URL. So for that, we're going to come here, Ctrl C, copy this URL, go back to our code, our render, go back to our render dashboard here, and then we look for that AI Flix, this one, and then we go to settings so that we can change the .env file. Where is the .env file? Where can I change that? Environment. Yeah, so if you look at this client URL, you'll see this is still at localhost, so we can come here. Okay, click on edit first, and then you paste it here just like that, and get rid of the slash. We don't need that, and just click save, rebuild, and deploy. So it's the guy in a deploy, and Let's just wait. Let it deploy, and we'll try again to check if it will work. Alright, so the site is live. Let's go over here and let's refresh. And if you refresh, you are going to see this not found stuff. And this is because I don't know why render static sites usually have issues, but let's go to AI Flix and I'm going to show you how you can fix that. I experienced that, I think, the first time I tried deploying a static site using render. So to fix this, we'll go to redirect and rewrite, this one here, and add a rule. So the source slash star destination slash index.html, and you click on rewrite instead of redirect, and you click on save changes. And I think we have to deploy that again. So deploy latest commits. I'm not sure, but just to be on the safer side, let's redeploy that. Or we can just check right away. Ctrl C, Ctrl R rather, refresh, and yeah, it worked. Let's refresh again to check if it's actually, yeah, and it worked. Alright, so now let's check John, the password 123456. Then you click on sign in. As you can see, logged in successfully. We didn't get any cause error, and yeah, that is nice. And this is really working well. This is John. I can get my AI pics. Click on animation, next, thoughtful, or let me click on inspired, 2020s, next, English, next, standard, finish. As you can see, different animations, and yeah, this is nice. Let me click on Luca, one of my favorite animation that I like, and yeah, perfect. Like, this is really nice. So now this is a very big project you have done, and you have been able to create a full stack application and deployed it online. Clap for yourself. Really nice. So when you are done with this project, I would like to connect to the community. I would like to connect with all of you. So when you are done with this project, my LinkedIn, my Twitter is on my YouTube description, and I'll add it in the comment as well. When you are done, I would love you to share the link and maybe tag me. Just tag me and let's connect from there, and let's build a wonderful community. So thank you once more for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Thank you.